אני כאן עם הרב אהרן לרנר, הוא פסיכותרפיסט, יש לו מומחיות בעולם של ה-ADHD, הוא כתב ספר בעברית, תרגמו את זה לכמה שפות, זה הסתובב בעולם, הוא גם עובד בשיטה קבוצתית עם הורים של ילדים עם ADHD ובצורה דינמי, הוא גם בן אדם מאוד מעניין, גם מדבר אנגלית, טוב מאוד. ויש לנו, זה כבוד בשבילנו לפגוש אותו כאן בשביל הקשיבה. אוקיי, אז אני אמרתי שאתה פסיכותרפיסט, אבל ואיך הגעת לתחום של ה-ADHD, איך זה התחיל, ומה אתה יכול לספר לנו על המסע שלך בתחום הזה?
אוקיי, אז אני התחלתי לפני 22 שנה את הלימודים. התחלתי יותר בתחום הליקוי למידה, פרופסור פוירשטיין, למדתי שמה, ואחר כך עבדתי בזה 6 שנים. חיפשתי משהו יותר רגשי לעבוד, אז עברתי אחר כך בתחום, ללמוד את התחום הפסיכותרפיה. למדתי את זה אחרי הסטאז' של שנים, ופתחתי את הקליניקה שלי בירושלים ובבית שמש, של חצי שבוע אני שמה, חצי שבוע שמה. עם הזמן פגשתי בחורים, אברכים. עם הזמן ראיתי אברכים שמתמודדים במצבים נפשיים, רגשיים, וכאלו גם עם מצבים רוחניים קשים. מה שמצאתי מכנה משותף ביניהם, זה המצוקה שהם עברו במשך שנים, שהם לא ידעו על מה הם מתמודדים, מה הקושי שהם מתמודדים עם זה. שזה בעצם היה ADHD, והם לא ידעו בעצם בכלל שיש להם את זה. ועל המקום הזה שהיה להם ADHD שנים ולא קיבלו מענה והתמודדו, הם הגיעו למצב רגשי מאוד קשה, מצב נפשי, רוחני, הכל מהמקום שלא ידעו ולא קיבלו את המענה.
כי לא היה להם כלים להתמודד עם מה שהיה להם.
לא היה להם כלים כתוצאה, הם לא יודעים בכלל מה עובר עליהם, למה אני שונה מכולם, למה כולם מצליחים ואני לא. הדבר הזה מלווה את הילד שנים. הסביבה לא מגיבה בצורה מסוימת שמאוד קשה לו, זה מביא, אחרי הרבה שנים, זה מביא לילדים למסקנות מאוד קשות על עצמם. האם אני בכלל בריא? מה קורה לי? כל מיני מסקנות מאוד קשות. אם יש לי בכלל קשר לרוחניות, אם השם רוצה אותי, כאילו כל מיני מסקנות קשות. האם אני חולה? ראיתי את הדבר הזה, ראיתי את המקום שבציבור, בכלל, בעולם, מאוד חסר המודעות להבין מה זה ADHD. אז הלכתי לחקור את העניין, ללמוד את הנושא, מפן הדינמי, מפן ההתנהגותי, מכל מיני זוויות, ללמוד ולחקור את הנושא של ADHD. זה משני כיוונים. קודם כל, מה זה? ואחר כך, מה הכלים? מה זה, יש פה, אפשר לראות את מה זה ADHD, כמו ה-DSM כותב, 3 קטגוריות. זה מתחיל ב-concentration, החלק השני זה impulsive, החלק השני זה hyperactive, וזהו. כל חלק, יש פה כמה 6 עד 9 סעיפים, שאתה עושה V, יש או אין, ואם יש לו רוב, אז הוא ADHD, הוא מקבל את התואר ADHD. אבל עם זה בעצם אתה לא יודע מה לעשות עם זה. אתה מקבל, אוקיי, אתה מקבל מתנה, תעודה ADHD, מה אתה עושה עם זה? בעצם מה שחפשתי, להבין את הנפש של הילד. חקרתי ופגשתי מאות ילדים ואברכים, מבוגרים שיש להם ADHD. שלמדתי עליהם לא רק מללמוד עליהם, גם מהשטח, עם מה הם מתמודדים, מה בעצם הסיפור שלהם. ומכאן הגעתי להבין מה זה ADHD והתחלתי לכתוב. מי שאמר לי הראשון לכתוב זה האדמו"ר מבלץ, שקרא לי ואמר לי לכתוב, הוא הדריך אותי איך לכתוב. הוא הדריך אותי את הספר הזה, איך לכתוב ומה לכתוב. כאילו, איך הסגנון. אחד מהדברים שהוא אמר, אני לא רוצה שתכתוב לי פה מילים קשות, מילים של פרופסור. אני רוצה מילים קטנות, שכל הורה ידע להבין מה זה. בכל אופן, יש פה המושג של להבין מה זה ADHD, שזה מאוד מאוד רחב, הרבה יותר רחב מהשלוש כתובות האלו. ומה החשיבות להבין מה זה ADHD? החשיבות הוא, כשאתה מבין מה זה, אתה מבין למה הילד עושה מה שהוא עושה. מה מביא אותו לעשות? כשאתה לא מבין, זה נראה רוע, זה נורא משהו מאוד מוזר, מאוד... ואתה לא יודע איך לקבל את זה, איך לאכול את זה. וואו, עם איזה ילד נפלתי פה. בעצם כשאתה מבין מה זה ADHD, לעומק, אתה מבין מה קורה לו. בכל התנהגות אתה מבין, וואו, אני יודע למה הוא עושה את זה. זה חלק ראשון. חלק שני, אתה גם מבין איך אתה צריך לפעול במקום כזה. אם הילד בעצם עושה משהו, אתה מבין מאיפה זה מגיע, אתה מבין מה הצורך שלו, ומה אתה צריך לפעול במקום כזה. במקום כזה זה מאוד מעניין. רק כשאני נותן הרצאה, מה זה ADHD, זה הרצאה של 2 זה המון לדבר, זה עולם. אבל כשההורה מבין מה זה ADHD, הוא כבר מבין, אז אני אעשה ככה, אני אעשה ככה. זה כבר נותן לה וואו. להבין את ה-ADHD רק, אוקיי, יש impulsive ו-concentration, אוקיי, אז מה אני עושה עם זה? זה מביא את ההורה למקום של helpless, חוסר אונים. מה אני עושה עם זה? מה אני הולך לעשות מחר עם זה? מה אני הולך לעשות כשהילד עושה 1, 2, 3? אז זה הנקודה החשובה, להבין מה זה.
מבחינת הזה, אתה הגעת לזה בעצם לא בכוונה להגיע לזה. אתה טיפלת באנשים בתור פסיכותרפיסט, ועם הזמן ראית שדברים חוזרים על עצמם עד כדי כך שאתה ראית צורך להיכנס לעולם של ה-ADHD כדי שאתה תבין את זה יותר טוב, ותוך כדי זה, כן, אני צודק, תוך כדי זה אתה הצבת שיטה שייתן גם להורים, ואני מניח מחנכים גם כן, כלים לתת מענה לאנשים עם ADHD.
מצוין.
אמרת עכשיו שיש כמה צורות או כמה אפשרויות, איך שה-ADHD מבטא את עצמו בתוך הילד, ויש כל מיני תחומים בתוך התחומים הגדולים, אז אם תוכל לפרט עוד קצת בשבילנו?
אוקיי. בעצם, איך שאני רואה את הנושא של ADHD, זה... אני חושב שהמילה ADHD זה מילה מאוד מאוד ישנה, שהיום אנחנו כבר הרבה התקדמנו להבין הרבה יותר לעומק מה זה, והרבה יותר רחב. אם דיברנו לפני 90-100 שנה, ידענו על concentration, אחר כך ראינו גם את ה-hyperactive. היום אנחנו רואים את המקום של ADHD, אני אגיד את זה, המילה הנכונה זה קושי בוויסות, regulation problem. אוקיי. קושי בוויסות זה בעצם שהאדם, הילד או האדם, לא משנה, זה מתנה לכל החיים, שהוא לא מנהל את עצמו, כשהוא רוצה לעשות משהו, הוא לא מנהל את עצמו לעשות את מה שהוא צריך לעשות, מה שהוא רוצה לעשות, רק הוא מנוהל מהגירוי שעומד מולו. אם הדבר מגרה אותו, אז הוא שמה. אם זה לא מגרה אותו, יהיה לו קושי להביא את עצמו לעשות את הדבר. אני לא אכנס לתיאוריה, למה, בשביל כל יום יש תיאוריות חדשות, ולא נסיים, וזה לא למעשה, זה לא משנה. אבל זה התוצאה, בואו נלך למעשה. למעשה זה, מי שמנהל אותו זה הגירוי שעומד מולו. והדבר הזה, זה הכותרת של ה-ADHD. הוא לא מנהל את עצמו, הוא מנהל מהגירוי. הדבר הזה מביא להמון branches. נתחיל עם 5 חלקים שזה משפיע על הנפש. לפני שאני אומר את 5 חלקים, חשוב לי לומר שלא כל אחד יש לו את כל 5. כל אחד יש לו 2, 3, יש כאלו 5, יש כאלו 2. תלוי.
כל אחד עם האיזון שלו.
במקום שלו, איפה שזה תופס אותו. ובכל אחד מה5 יש המון תת-סעיפים, איפה זה יוצא. אז כשאנחנו מדברים על ADHD, על המקום הזה, זה בעצם מתפרס ל5 חלקים, מוחי, גופני, תגובתי מעשי חושי ורגשי. The brain, the active, the body, the senses and the emotions. שבכל חלק הוא נמצא במקום שהוא לא מנהל את עצמו, הוא מנוהל מהגירוי שעומד מולו. זה מביא את האדם למקום מאוד מעניין, שהוא או במצב של switched off, או במצב של switched on. אם הדבר מגרה אותו, הוא עד הסוף, switched on, עד הסוף, עם כל הפאוור. אם הוא במצב של זה לא מגרה אותו, אז זה switched on. הוא יכול לשבת, אין לי כוח לזוז, כבדות גופנית. How do you say כבדות גופנית באנגליש?
Literally heavy body, but yeah, okay.
Heavy body? Okay.
That's not how you say it. Okay.
Yeah. אז הכבדות, אין לי כוח. אבל כשיש משהו שמשך אותו, הוא בעצם בא עם אנרגיה, עוצמות של אנרגיה, זה החלק של switched off, switched on by the body. אותו דבר.
זה יכול לקרות בן רגע? יכול להיות כבדה גופנית ככה, ופתאום משהו מדליק אותו.
וכשיש משהו, וופס, כן, בדיוק. ובעצם, אוקיי, נגיע לחלק הזה. קודם כל, אז יש גם בחלק המוח, יש את ההורים מגיעים אליי ואומרים לי, לא יכול להיות שהילד יש לו ADHD. הרי הוא קורא ספרים, הוא מרותק לספרים, אי אפשר לנתק אותו מהספר. אז איך יכול להיות שיש לו ADHD? כשהוא רוצה, הוא יכול. שעות שהוא בתוך המשחק. אם זה משחק מחשב, שעות. אי אפשר לנתק אותו. איך אתה אומר שיש לו בעיה של concentration? התשובה הוא, ADHD זה לא אומר שיש לו בעיה שחסר לו איבר של ה-concentration. זה לא נכון. ADHD זה אומר שהוא לא מצליח לנהל את זה. זאת אומרת, אם זה מרתק, אז הוא שם hype focus עד הסוף, אתה לא יכול לנתק אותו, זה גם ADHD. ואם זה לא מרתק, אז קשה לך להביא אותו לזה. זאת אומרת, הוא או switched off או switched on. כי בזה שהוא מרוכז במשהו, זה לא אומר שאין ADHD. יש הרבה חלקים, אם אתם רוצים, זה דוגמאות, ככה 2 דוגמאות, אבל זה מתפרס להמון חלקים.
אז בעצם אני מבין מה שאתה אומר, שה-ADHD זה לא בעיה בריכוז, זה בעיה בלהגיע לריכוז. כי ריכוז, לכל אחד יש לו, גם מישהו מ-ADHD יש לו את האפשרות להיות בריכוז. אבל בדרך כלל אנחנו צריכים להביא את עצמנו לריכוז. אז יש אנשים שאין להם את ה-ADHD נגיד, שהחיים משעממים לפעמים, אבל עושים את זה בכל זאת, כי צריכים לעשות משהו עד הסוף, כי ככה עושים. אבל מישהו שהוא רק חי על מה שתופס אותו, אז אם משהו לא תופס אותו, אין לו מצב ביניים. או שהוא באון, או שהוא באוף, וזה כל ה...
וזה מלווה גם במוח, שזה ריכוז. לפעמים יש לזה גם סעיף של short memory, זה עוד נושא. זה גם במה שהוא רוצה לעשות. אם הוא רוצה לעשות משהו, אז הוא חייב לעשות את זה עכשיו, ולכן יש קושי בתחיית סיפוקים, קושי בגבולות. הוא רוצה את זה, הוא רוצה לעשות את זה.
כי הוא עכשיו באון.
הוא עכשיו switched on, אז הוא חייב את זה עכשיו. זה לעבור ממצב למצב. אם הוא עכשיו במצב שעושה משהו מרתק באמצע גיים, ואתה רוצה שהוא עכשיו בוא לאכול ארוחת ערב. לא מרתק. המצב השני פחות מרתק, אז יהיה לו מאוד קשה לעזוב. אבל אם המצב השני יותר מרתק, אז הוא יעבור בקלות.
בזה שיש...
תמיד זה...
לפעמים יש מישהו שהוא עושה משהו, הוא משחק משחק, ילד, ואתה קורא לו, והוא כאילו לא שומע אותך. אבל זה לא חייב להיות ADHD. כל אחד יש לו, הוא יכול להיות דבוק למשהו והוא לא שומע אנשים, או זה גם סימן שזה קשור ל...
2 דברים. קודם כל, אי אפשר לקבוע ADHD מסימפטום אחד. תמיד זה מכלול של קושי בהתנהלות, תפקודי ניהול. נכון שכל דבר יכול לבוא מגורמים נוספים. דבר שני, בדרך כלל כשניתן את ההרצאות, יש את ההורים שאומרים, אבל לכולם יש את זה. בדרך כלל אני אומר, מי שאומר את זה, זה בדרך כלל ADHD לא מאובחן. אז לכן אני חושב שכולם. נכון שכל אחד, כשיש משהו מרתק, אז הוא יותר שמה. אבל זה לא בקיצוניות כזאת. ADHD הרבה יותר קשה להתנהל כשאין את הגירוי. הרבה יותר קשה. זה לא אומר שהוא לא יכול, אבל זה נורא קשה. אם נבין את הקושי שעובר עליו, נבין מה עובר עליו.
אמרתי לפני כמה דקות שזה גם נוגע לחלק הרגשי. זה יכול להיות מצב, אתה תסביר את זה, אבל יכול להיות שיש מצב שמישהו, אם הוא באון, אז הוא מתרגש ממשהו, ואם הוא בעוף, הוא לא מתייחס למישהו בצורת, או משהו בצורת רגשי, כאילו אין לו רגש באותו שנייה.
בואו נחלק את החלק הרגשי לשתי חלקים. החלק הרגשי שבא באופן ישיר מהקושי בוויסות, והחלק הרגשי שזה כתוצאה מכל הסיפור, שזה נושא בפני עצמו. כשאנחנו מדברים על קושי בוויסות, בחלק הרגשי, ברור שהילדים האלו, יש להם משהו, האנשים האלו, יש להם משהו שהם חווים את כל רגש בעוצמות הרבה יותר, ולכן הם מאוד רגישים. זה מביא אותם להיות מאוד פגיע, מאוד רגיש. הם חווים את הרגשות בעוצמות מאוד חזקות. אז בעצם במקום הזה, כשילד, האדם, הוא כל כך רגיש, זה בעצם המצב הפעיל, ה-switched on של ה-emotions, שהוא מרגיש כל דבר בצורה עוצמתית. כתוצאה מזה, ילד יכול לחוות, האדם, הילד יכול לחוות שכל דבר קטן מפריע לו. אם יש מישהו שיש לו, אמר לו משהו ברמה 1, הוא מרגיש את זה 5. כל דבר קטן מציף אותו.
כל אחד פוגע בו, כאילו...
כל דבר פוגע, כל דבר כואב, וכואב נורא. עם הזמן, הילד מרגיש שהוא שונה, שהוא יותר רגיש. יש כאלו, בפרט אלו שיש להם ביקורת עצמית או ביקורת מהסביבה, למה אתה כזה רגיש? או אומר את זה לעצמו. יש כאלו שקשה להם את הדבר הזה, והם נכנסים בכוח למצב של switched off. ואז סוגרים את הברז, אדישות, שכלי. אז תשאל מה הבעיה? יופי, פועל שכלי, הכל... הבעיה הוא
יחסי אנשים הוא לא יכול להתייחס...
שהחלק שעוד לא הגענו לזה, שזה המתנות של ה-ADHD, כמו שאנחנו יודעים, זה לא רק ל-ADHD, כל אדם, כל personality, יש לו חוזקות וחולשות. החוזקות מגיע ממקום של החולשה. מאוד מרתק. זה כתוב גם בספרים, אפשר, אבל לא משנה. ובפרט ה-ADHD רואים את זה מאוד מאוד ברור, שיש להם חוזקות, מתנות יותר מאנשים אחרים. בכל חולשה שיש להם, יש להם מתנה שמה, שמיוחד בדבר מסוים. ולמשל, אם הם לוקחים את עצמם בכוח לסוויץ' אוף, אין לי כוח להצפה רגשית שעולה לי בכל מקום, או כשאני נכנס למקום, כל דבר מגרר אותי רגש אחר, אז הוא נכנס לקבוי, אז הוא מחבא גם את החלק הטוב. לדוגמה, אם ניקח את החלק של הרגשי, כמו שדיברנו על המקום שהוא רגיש, אז הוא גם רגיש לזולת. היכולת אמפתיה, הכלה, הזדהות לזולת, האינטואיציה, הוא מאוד חזק, מאוד מאוד טוב. אפשר לפתח את זה למקום מאוד מאוד טוב. כשהוא מכניס את עצמו למקום של לסגור את הברז, כאילו לא להרגיש, אז בעצם הוא מאבד את המתנה הזאת. אני אומר שדווקא ADHD, שהם מגג'ירים ADHD, מלמדים ופסיכולוגים, פסיכותרפיסט, ADHD, הם הכי מוצלחים. הם מרגישים את הילד, חווים את הילד, הם מרתקים.
האם אתה בשנים ראית שככה זה אולי מרגיש לאנשים שעם הזמן פתאום כל אחד יש לו את ה-ADHD. לפני 100 שנה אמרת שאולי יש איזה, קוראים לזה ריכוז, לא יודע מה, ופתאום כל שני וחמישי עוד אחד עם ADHD, עוד אחד עם ADHD, כאילו, האם זה אומר קודם כל שלהמון המון המון אנשים שלא ידענו מזה, פתאום יש להם ADHD, או לא ידענו לזהות את זה מקודם? ואם לא ידענו לזהות את זה מקודם, אז איך אנשים הסתדרו? רואים שאנשים הסתדרו. אתה הראשון שראיינו אותו, שלא אמרת דבר ראשון, איך אני מכיר ADHD? כי לי יש לי ADHD. כל אחד אמר כבר על עצמו שהוא יש לו ADHD. גם אמרו עליי שיש לי ADHD, אז גם כן. אז בסדר. ומי שלא טיפלו בו ולא זה, כמו שאמרת בהתחלה, יש אנשים שהסתדרו בחיים איכשהו. אז א', מה השתנה אם משהו השתנה? וב', האם אנשים יש להם פחות כלים היום להתמודד עם דברים האלו, כי ככה זה נראה אולי על פניו שפעם אנשים התמודדו את זה יותר טוב.
אוקיי, אז זו שאלה חשובה. אז קודם כל, מה שזרקת באמצע, איזה משפט, אני חייב להתייחס לזה. אמרת, כל האנשים התחילו שלי יש ADHD. אז קודם כל אני רוצה להגיד, כל מי שמתעסק עם ADHD ורוצה להצליח, חייב להרגיש את זה או להיות שם. מאוד קשה לעבוד אם אתה לא יודע מה זה, אם אתה מרגיש את זה. ואלו שיש להם, הכי מוצלחים. אז קודם כל, יש לי את המתנה הזאת, גם אני. למה לא אמרתי את זה בהתחלה? יש לי סיבה למה אני לא אומר את זה. ראיתי כל מיני מקומות שאמרתי את זה, זה הביא להורים להסתכל, וואו, הוא ADHD? אוקיי. אז הבן שלי גם יכול להגיע כמו הרב לנה, אוקיי. מה זה גורם להורה? להעלות ציפיות מהילד. תסתכל, אתה יכול להצליח. אם אתה רוצה, אתה יכול. זה מגביר את הציפיות. אני מעדיף, לכן אני נזהר, אני לא יודע מי רואה, למי מגיע המילים שאנחנו מדברים. אז המסר שלי זה תוריד ציפיות. כמה שתוריד ציפיות, הוא יעלה. אם תעלו ציפיות, אני רוצה שאתה תגיע כמו הרב לרנה, אז הוא ירד. אז לכן לא הבאתי את זה. אבל אם אתם מדברים, זה המתנה שלי, וברוך השם שיש לי את זה. זה השליחות שלי בחיים, ובזכות זה אני מצליח בכל התחום הפסיכותרפיה, כמו שדיברנו, האינטואיציה, ההכלה, כל החלקים החשובים שצריך, זה המתנות שיש. החלק השני, שאלת, מה קרה פתאום היום שכולם ADHD, איפה שאתה הולך? אני ADHD, יש תחרות. מישהו בא אליי ושואל אותי, תגיד לי, יש כדור גם להיות ADHD? כאילו, זה הטרנד שרוצים להיות שם. אז בעצם, קודם כל מה? גם את הנושא הזה חקרתי ומאוד מעניין. אני לא חושב שהיום יש יותר ADHD מפעם. יש יותר מודעות, זה כן. היום יש יותר מודעות ל-ADHD. יש יותר מודעים, לומדים את הנושא, ויותר עזרה לילד שמתקשה. אבל יש בכל זאת, יש משהו שרואים היום יותר. מה הדבר הזה? אז קודם כל אני רוצה להגיד שהחיים של היום, התנאים של החיים של היום, גורם שה-ADHD יבלוט מאוד חזק. לעומת החיים של פעם. הסגנון החיים, בפרט במגזרים מסוימים, נגיד, עם החיים של פעם, מה היה החיים? קמו בבוקר, היו צריכים לסחוב מים מהבאר. אז לסחוב מים זה לא קל, זה לסחוב. אתה רוצה לאכול, אתה צריך לטחון חיטים, אתה צריך לשחוט איזה כבש. יש המון עבודה. אז קודם כל, דבר ראשון, הפעילות גופנית מאזן את החלק הזה במוח, ההורמונים, הדופמין והאדרנלין, כמו שהכדור, כל הכדורים שיש היום, שזה גורם לאיזון בדופמין והאדרנלין, הפעילות גופנית עושה את זה בצורה טבעית. והחיים של פעם, שכל הזמן היה, אם זה לא היה רכב, היה הליכות, היה... כל דבר היית צריך לעשות לבד. המון פעילות. הדבר הזה גורם להעלות את הדופמין והאדרנלין, וכמו שאתה עושה היום, ככה אדם ADHD, יעשה פעילות גופנית בבוקר, אז יהיה לה, הוא ירגיש הרבה יותר מאוזן, יכולת ריכוז, הכל מצוין. אז קודם כל, זה חלק ראשון, הפעילות, שהתנאים של פעם, אז אפשרו לתת מענה, ובעצם לא ידעת שיש קושי, שיש משהו שהוא מתמודד. אדרבה, הם היו בולטים לחיובי, הם היו מצליחים בכל תחום. אם הורה היה רוצה להשקיע לימודים שילמד, הוא לקח איזה מלמד, ל5 ילדים, לא קשור לגיל, לא קשור, רק 5 ילדים שרוצים ללמוד באותו רמה, אוקיי, קח 5 ילדים, תלמד אותם. אם יש ילד שלא, אין לו חשק עכשיו, הריכוז שלו לא למקום, אוקיי. לך הביתה, תשחק קצת עם התרנגולים. מה? לחלוב את הפרה, יופי. וכשאתה רוצה, תחזור. ואז הוא חוזר עם חשק. אז קודם כל, יש פה קבוצה קטנה. יש פה אפשרות, אין פה מסגרת שמגביל אותו, ואין פה מסגרת שבעצם, אם אנחנו מדברים על מסגרת, מסגרת בעצם מקשה עוד יותר על הקושי. למה? שמסגרת בעצם, דיברנו על האדם שפועל ממה שמושך אותו. מסגרת זה בדיוק הפוך. אתה צריך לעשות לפי הכללים. לא מושך אותי? לא, אתה חייב. אז כשילד במסגרת, הרבה יותר קשה, לכן אני אומר גם להורים, כשהם רוצים לשחק עם הכדורים. במסגרת, זה הרבה יותר קשה כשהוא מתחתן, יוצא לחיים שלו, גם אברך כולל. הוא יכול ללמוד כל היום עם ADHD, זה לא סותר. איך? קודם כל הוא בוחר איזה כולל הוא רוצה, איזה לימוד הוא רוצה. אז קודם כל משהו שמושך אותו. דבר שני, אברכים שרוצים לרדת מהכדורים. אני ממליץ להם, בואו נעשה תוכנית פעילות גופנית. יופי. באמצע הכולל אתה מרגיש הראש לעמקים, אוקיי, תעשה ריצה סביב הבלוק, 20 דקות, תחזור, יופי. אתה בידיים שלך. ברגע שיש מסגרת, זה מקשה עוד יותר על כל זה לא אומר שלוותר על מסגרת בשביל, יש בעיות אחרות מהחיים של היום, גם צריך את זה, אבל יש פה קושי. ברגע שפעם לא היה מסגרת, היה יותר גמיש, היה מרחב, שזה מאוד חשוב לאנשים ADHD, אז כל התנאים האלו יצר מציאות שהילד לא מקבל מענה, פחות צובר בעיות רגשיות מכל התנאים, הוא מקבל אלימות בדרך שלו, ולכן היום כשיש מסגרת, והפעילות הגופנית היחידה בחוגים מסוימים,
זה לקחת את הקפה מהקומקום עד הכיסא.
ולעשות ככה. זהו, אבל...
גם ככה לפעמים.
מצוין, אבל צריך, הנפש צריך. ולכן היום זה בולט הרבה יותר. ויש פה עוד נקודה שאתה בעצם, אתה לא הולך לפי גיל. לפי רמה, לפי היכולת, זה משהו אחר. ומה שמעניין זה, חקרתי את זה לפני זה, כאילו לפני שהצאתי את הספר, כשהצאתי את הספר והרב קסלר ממודיעין עילית כתב לי מכתב, המלצה, ואחר כך הוא רצה להוסיף מכתב. במכתב הזה הוא בעצם כותב בדיוק המילים האלו, שהרב אוזנר אמר לו את המילים האלו, למה, מה הוא חושב על החינוך של היום, למה רואים יותר בעיות היום. ובדיוק את זה הוא כתב, והבאתי את זה בספר, המכתב הזה. אז יש לנו גם מה שחקרתי, ויש פה גם מה שמישהו שהיה חי פעם, והוא מביא משלו מה הוא ראה פעם והיום.
אז כשאומרים הביטוי בעברית, להוציא אנרגיות, זה ממש ככה. כאילו פעם האנרגיות היו יוצאות מעצמם, ופה בדור שלנו הן לא יוצאות באופן אוטומטי, ולפעמים זה מצטבר אצל מישהו מסוים, אז זה מרבה את הקושי.
מה זה מצטבר? כאילו שעצם הדבר
הוא לא עושה פעילות גופנית, הוא לא מכניס דופמין וכל זה למערכת שלו, כמו שפעם היו עושים. אז הוא יושב שם בלי זה, וזה פתאום לא...
אז הקושי בוויסות עולה, הוא לא מצליח. בשביל מה שגורם, משפר את הקושי בוויסות, זה להעלות את הדופמין והאדרנלין.
אז לפי מה שאמרת, באופן אידיאלי היום, באופן תיאורטי לפחות, היה אולי צורך לעשות, כי אנחנו גרים כבר בדור של בתי ספר, לא של מלמד עם 5 אנשים, לא יודע מה, מסגרת, נקרא לזה. אז באופן תיאורטי היה צריך להיות בית ספר לאנשים עם ADHD, לא קשור לגיל. לפי יכולת ושלב שלהם, איך שהם שולטים על הביסות שלהם.
תראה, ברור שיש להם את הצרכים, כשהם מקבלים את הצרכים הם פורחים ועוקפים את כולם. אבל לתת להם, אחד מהצרכים הם שהם יהיו מחוברים לעצמם. אם אתה מקטלג אותם בצורה של הם הבעייתיים, אז כבר אתה מגיע ממקום חלש.
אבל זה לא מדגיש, זה הפוך. כשיש לך כיתה של 30 ילדים, ו2 מפריעים לכולם, אז הם בין כך בצד. אם היה לך 30 אנשים זה הכיתה. יש אחד בגיל 12, יש אחד בגיל 14, יש אחד בגיל 13, לא משנה. אבל הם בכיתה אחת, והם באותו רמה, אז אף אחד לא המיוחד פה, הם סתם זה כיתה, לא צריכים לקרוא לזה בית ספר לאלה עם ADHD, אבל באופן תיאורטי.
בוא לא נתייחס לגיל, אבל בעיקרון, לתת להם את המענה, אני חושב, יש כאלו ישיבות. כשיש את המענה במוסד שנותן את המענה, זה מצוין. אבל המענה הוא לא רק זה. מה שאנחנו מדברים עכשיו זה המענה של כאן ועכשיו, here and now. יש את החלק השני ששאלת מקודם, על החלק הרגשי, שאני רואה עכשיו התוצאה מכל ההתמודדות של הקשב, והילד לא מבין מה יש לו, ההורה לא יודע מה יש לו, מה יש לילד ולמה הוא עושה, ומסתבך ומתעצבן. התוצאה מהחיים של ADHD, שלא יודע מה יש לו, וההורים לא יודעים, ולא מקבל את הצרכים שלו, מייצר בעיה חדשה, שזה בעיה רגשי, שזה בעיה נוסף, כתוצאה מאי קבלת הצרכים, שזה מתחיל עוד פעם בחלק הרגשי, שזה לא קשור לרגשי, קושי בוויסות רגשי, זה קשור לדימוי עצמי של הילד, איך הוא תופס את עצמו. אני רע, אני טוב, אני בסדר, אני מאכזב את ההורים, אני ממרמר את החיים של ההורים שלי. אני נמצא בכלא כל היום, לא יודע מה רוצים ממני. זה משפטים שאני שומע כל הזמן מהבחורים, מהילדים האלו. והדבר הזה מביא אותם למצוקה רגשית מאוד גדול. ואם לא מודעים, הסביבה לא מודעת לצרכים, מסתכלים עליהם בצורה שונה, שלילי, זה מביא אותם למקום מאוד מאוד קשה. מאוד מאוד קשה. ופה, במקום הזה, מאוד חשוב להשקיע בהורים ובסביבה, שהם ידעו מה זה ואיך למלא את הצרכים. ילד ADHD שמקבל את הצרכים שלו, הרגשיים וכל המעטפת שהוא צריך, הוא פורח. הוא מצליח להתגבר על הקושי, ויש כאלו אפילו בלי כדור. הוא מקבל את הכוח. אני לא נגד הכדור, לפעמים צריך. זה מאוד אינדיבידואלי, רק אני אומר את המושג שמאוד חשוב להשקיע בחלק הרגשי. כשאתה משקיע בצרכים, החלק הרגשי, יש עוד דברים. כשאתה משקיע בצרכים של הילד, מה שהוא צריך, הוא מקבל את הכוח להתגבר על הקושי. וזה הכי חשוב.
הוא יכול לשים את עצמו בסוויצ'ד און כזה, אחרי שהוא מתגבר על
עצם הדבר שהוא מקבל את המענה, זה מביא אותו, זה כמו שקע, אתה קונה מיקסה. כל זמן שאתה לא מחבר את זה לחשמל, זה פשוט לא עובד. הילד שלא מקבל את הצרכים, הוא פשוט לא מחובר. זה לא יעבוד. ובמקום להתעסק כאן ועכשיו כל הזמן, שזה גם חשוב, אבל רק בזה, אנחנו צריכים לבנות פה אישיות, נפש בריא. כשאתה בונה את הנפש בריאה, אז הילד מקבל חיים, הוא בונה את האישיות שלו לחיים. זה חוסך המון משקעים, וזה נותן לו כוח להתגבר ולהתנהל נכון. ובמקום הזה, מה שאמרתם מקודם, שאני עושה קבוצות הורים להדרכה דינמי מעשי, זה מה שאני עושה בקבוצות. ללמד את ההורים איך למלא את הצרכים של הילד. וממקום הזה אתה רואה פתאום שהילד, משהו משתנה. פתאום הילד מתפקד, פתאום דברים זזים. מה קרה? לא עשינו שום דבר, אבל ההורים מבינים מה יש, והם מקבלים את הכלים איך לתת כוח לילד. והילד לוקח את הכוח הזה ומשקיע בבית ספר, משקיע בכל מה שהוא צריך להשקיע, בהתנהלות, התארגנות, בניהול רגשות, הכל. אבל קודם תנו לו את הצרכים. כל ילד, אפילו לא ADHD, כשאין לו את הצרכים, אוכל, שינה, הוויטמינים, אז הוא לא מתפקד, הוא לא יכול. תנו לילד את הצרכים שלו. ואם נעיז, אם לא נפחד, זה נקודה הכי חשובה שאני רוצה שתצאו מהכותרת הזה, אם תעיזו להכיר את הילד ה-ADHD, הנפש שלו, ולא תפחדו ממנו, שפחד ממנו זה הכי קשה לו, הוא צריך אתכם חזק. ואתם לא מפחדים ממנו. אם תעיזו להכיר אותו, והנפש שלו, ומה יש לו, תוכלו לאחוש כלים, ולהיות שם בשבילו, ולעזור לו, ולמלא את הצרכים שלו, והוא לוקח את המענה הזה, והולך עם זה הלאה, ופורח.
יש הורים ויש מחנכים שהם לא יודעים לפעמים לזהות, שאפילו מתחיל להיות בעיה פה. הם פשוט רואה שיש ילד שלא מתנהג טוב, או הוא מתרגש בקלות. אתה יכול לתת כמה טיפים לאנשים איך להתחיל לזהות שיש בעיה שצריכים לחקור אותה? מה צריך לחפש? למה צריך לשים עין?
אתה שואל איך ההורה או המלמד, המורה, teacher, ישים לב אם יש ADHD?
כן.
קודם כל, אי אפשר לקחת סימפטום אחד ולפי זה לקבוע. כמו שראיתם מקודם, הבאנו את הסגנון. הסגנון הוא שהוא לא מנהל את עצמו. ברור שיכול להיות, קודם כל אתה רואה שהריכוז שלו, אבל יש כאלו שהריכוז שלו מצוין, או מצליח לעקוף את הקושי בריכוז בגלל שיש לו תפיסה טובה. אבל אין לו ריכוז, אתה לא מזהה את זה, את הקושי, ואתה רק רואה את זה בהתנהגויות.
לדוגמה, מה אתה יכול לראות?
אבל זה קושי בתחילת סיפוקים, כשיש שורה הוא צריך תמיד לעקוף, אין לו סבלנות. אבל זה, תראה, זה המון תופעות, ולהגיד תופעה, זה יכול לבוא מכל מיני מקומות. העיקר הוא להבין מה זה, ואז אתה מרגיש את הנפש שהוא כל הזמן לא מנהל את עצמו. הוא כל הזמן, אם זה בהתנהגות, אם זה בלימוד, אם זה ברגש, זה הסגנון. זה לא רק משהו אחד.
לא, אבל אני לפני זה. אני מבין שאחרי שיודעים שיש למישהו ADHD, הוא יכול לבוא למישהו כמוך, ואתה יכול לתת לו הרבה כלים, אתה יכול לעבוד עם ההורים שלו, כל החבילה. אבל אמרת שיש הרבה יותר מודעות היום, ויש הרבה אפשרות להבין את ה-ADHD היום, ויש חלקים. אבל אני שואל שאלה אחרת. יש עדיין המון אנשים, כנראה, שמסתובבים עם ADHD, שהם לא יודעים, גם ההורים שלהם לא יודעים, גם המורים לא יודעים. אז בכללי, האם יש דברים כלליים שהורה או מחנך יכול להסתכל על זה ולהגיד, וואי, אולי כדאי לקחת אותו לאבחון?
אתה מדבר על הילד.
כן.
קודם כל, בדרך כלל, ההורה יראה כל מיני קשיים. אם זה בהתארגנות, אם זה במשמעת, הוא יראה בריכוז, הוויסות הרגשי, הוויסות הגופני, הוא יראה דברים. מה שאני יכול להגיד, אם אתם רואים משהו, תקחו אותו לאבחון. כמובן, אבחון מקצועי. אם זה ילד, נוירולוג, זה עוד נושא, איך להבחן. אם זה מבוגר, זה שייך לפסיכיאטר. יש פה נקודה מעניינת. קודם כל אני רוצה לקבוע, אם אתה רואה שילד מתמודד במשהו, עוד פעם ועוד פעם ועוד פעם, אתה רואה שהוא, מה שאתה אומר לו זה לא מספיק, זה לא מביא אותו לעצור התנהגות מסוימת, אז תבדוק אם יש לו קושי. להמשיך להתעקש במקום, בדבר, שניסית ואתה כל פעם, עוד פעם נופל, תבדוק. אולי יש פה הבחנה, אולי יש פה הבחנה שלך שאתה צריך לשנות פה משהו. אבל קודם כל לבדוק. If something doesn't work, check what's going on. זה דבר ראשון.
אצל מי אני בודק? אני הולך
תבדוק את אצל מי? אז קודם כל לבדוק סתם. אם יש לך חשש ל-ADHD, ל-ADHD חשוב מאוד לבדוק את זה בשתי פרמטרים. שזה אומר שלילה וקביעה. מה זה אומר שלילה? הרי ADHD, כשאנחנו מדברים כאן, אנחנו מדברים על הסימפטומים של ADHD. הסימפטומים האלו יכולים להגיע גם מגורמים נוספים, לא רק מ-neurology problem. זה יכול לבוא מרגשי, בספר יש רשימה שלמה שיכול להביא אותם סימפטומים. אז קודם כל אנחנו צריכים לשלול שזה לא א' ב' ג'. אחר כך יש את החלק הקביעה שזה נוירולוגי. אז יש פה שתי חלקים. גם כשאתה יודע שזה נוירולוגי, אז אתה צריך גם לשלול דברים נוספים. אם זה נוירולוגי, אבל אולי יש פה עוד דברים נוספים. ילד שחי במצב שיש הורים שלו רבים והם על צו גירושין. הוא יביא את כל הסימפטומים של ADHD, וזה לא קשור לנוירולוגי. אז אנחנו צריכים לדעת בשביל לתת את המענה לילד. תמיד אנחנו צריכים לראות הרבה יותר רחב, לא רק נורולוגי כן או לא. אז יש שתי חלקים שצריכים לבדוק. עכשיו, יש פה משהו מעניין מה שאתה שואל, שהורים או מורים אומרים, זה לא סתם הילד. יש פה משהו מעניין, שאני רואה דווקא אצל ADHD, ואני לא רואה את זה לאף קושי, את הדבר הזה. יש שאלה, כשאומרים, לפעמים הורים, לפעמים מורים, שאני רגיל לשמוע את השאלה הזאת רק אצל ילדים שיש להם ADHD. השאלה הוא, מי אומר שזה זה? לא ראיתי אף פעם כשיש ילד קשי שמיעה או קשי למידה, כל קושי אחר, ילד שנולד מוגבלת פיזית, שרירים רפואיים או מה שרק יהיה, מי אומר שזה זה? אף פעם לא שומע את השאלה. ב-ADHD אני שומע את השאלה. זה הביא אותי גם להתבונן, למה ב-ADHD אני שומע תמיד, מי אומר, או אנשים, לא יכול להיות, סתם,
סקפטים.
הוא מחפש תירוץ. מה זה סקפטים?
כאילו, לא ב100% מאמינים.
כן. למה?
ADHD זה משהו כאילו דמיוני כזה.
כן, זה כאילו, מצאת תירוץ שיהיה נכה, עכשיו, הילד מחפש תירוץ, מה בעצם? אז בעצם מה שראיתי פה בדבר הזה, שבעצם יש פה באמת משהו שקשה להבין. בשביל אין אף דבר שאתה יכול להצביע, זה הקושי של ADHD. אם קצת טיפה מן הים נגענו מה זה ADHD, כשאתה רואה מה דיברנו, אתה רואה שאין אף דבר שיכול להגיד, אוקיי, ADHD, it's this and this and this. אתה לא יכול להגיד זה, למה? בכל דבר שתגיד לי, זה הקושי, אני יכול להכריע לך שהוא הכי טוב בזה. אם תגיד לי שהוא לא יכול להתרכז, אני אראה לך שהוא יכול להתרכז יותר מכולם. הוא בהייפר פוקוס, הוא מאוד. כשאתה מבין מה זה ADHD, אתה מבין שבעצם אין לו קושי בכישרון, אין פה ליקוי. הקושי הוא בביצוע. איך הוא מתנהל עם הדבר, בתפקודי ניהול, אבל בעצם להגיד, אוקיי, זה וזה הקושי, אין. לכן זה מביא אותנו לשאול את המורים, לשאול מי אומר שזה זה. שאין משהו מוגדר שאתה יכול להגיד, אוקיי, זה. שבכל דבר הוא יכול להיות הכי מוצלח. ואיפה הוא נופל? בהתנהלות שלו, בגירוי שאין. ואז הוא נופל. בביצוע, בוא נגיד, זה יותר נכון.
אוקיי, אז דיברנו המון על ADHD. עכשיו, כל זה, לא רק בגלל שזה מעניין, אבל גם כן כי הקשיבה עכשיו פותחים סנטר, מרכז חדש ל-ADHD ברמת בית שמש, כדי לעשות את הכל במקום אחד. גם אבחונים, גם טיפולים, גם הכל. כי אנשים לפעמים רוצים להבחן את זה, ומחרקים המון זמן, ולא מקבלים המענה שצריכים לקבל. אז כמה חשוב זה לקהילה שלנו, נגיד, שיהיה דבר כזה קיים, ואיך זה יכול לעזור לילדים ואוכלוסייה? כן.
אז קודם כל, כשאתה מתחיל לדבר על הקשיבה, זה מאוד מרגש אותי, שאני יודע שהקשיבה רוצים לפתוח, וברוך השם שהם רוצים לפתוח. למה זה מרגש אותי? בשביל יש פה אנשים מקצועיים שרוצים לעשות משהו טוב. וחשוב להורים שמחפשים, הורה שיש לו, כבר יודע שיש לו ADHD. אבל מה הוא עושה? הוא רץ לכל עבר, מי יכול לעזור לי? מגיע לאחד, עובר לשני, לששי, או מישהו שרוצה אבחון, מסתובב, איך אני יכול, מה אני יכול? הרי ההורה לא יודע, הוא לא בתחום. וכשיש מקום שמרכז הכל בצורה מקצועית במקום אחד, זה כל כך מרגש כל פעם מחדש לשמוע על זה ולחשוב על הקשיבו מה שהם עושים. לכן, קודם כל הכבוד. אז קודם כל, המרכז הזה מאוד מאוד חשוב. אנשים מכירים ומעריכים את הקשיבה, שהקשיבה ייתן את המענה. אני יודע שהקשיבה עושה המון לליקויי למידה, לנשירה, יש מועדון, וזה בעצם לטפל כשיש כבר את הבעיה. והילד הקטן, כשהוא בגיל קטן, הוא כבר יקבל את המענה, את הצרכים. הוא לא יצבור חסכים רגשיים, הוא לא פחות יסתבך, הוא יבין את עצמו. פשוט אתה לוקח את העץ הקטן ומיישר אותו ונותן לו את הצרכים, משקיע אותו כל הזמן. אני מאוד מקווה שתוכל לסגור את המועדון כשתתנו את המענה לפני זה. חס ושלום, זה מאוד חשוב, המועדון. אני מאוד מתפלא, ראיתי את מה שאתם עושים שם, מאוד מאוד התרגשתי לראות, מאוד יפה. אבל הדבר הזה לראות, לתפוס את זה, הדבר הזה לתפוס את זה בקטן, כשהילד קטן ולתת לו את המענה, זה הציל נפשות. אבל אני לא רוצה שתצאו מזה שילד ADHD שווה נשירה. שיש הרבה שאומרים, אוקיי, ילד, הנושרים 90% ADHD הם. זאת אומרת, הורה מקבל את ההבחנה, וואו, יש לי ילד שלי ADHD, וואו, הוא כבר רואה עוד 10 שנים, הוא יושב על הגדר ברחוב ב-4 לפנות בוקר עם החברים. לא, זה לא אומר נשירה. ADHD לא בגמטריה נשירה, לא ניטריקי, לא רשתה, אין קשר. הנשירה מגיעה ממצוקה רגשית שדיברנו, שהוא לא מקבל את המענה. כמו כל מצוקה רגשי של ילד שלא מקבל מענה, הוא יגיע למקום הזה. אז זה לא קשור ל-ADHD. ADHD מגיע למקום המצוקה אם אתה לא נותן לו את המענה. ולכן כל כך חשוב, הילד מוכשר, עם כל הכלים להצליח, והוא לא מצליח. ולכן מאוד חשוב לתת לו את המענה. אבל אל תפחדו. תנו לו את המענה, ובעזרת השם הוא יפרח, הוא יגדל, יהיה לכם, תראו המון נחת.
אם היית יכול לעצור את העולם ל2 דקות, ולספר לעולם על ה-ADHD, מה היית אומר להם?
אני חושב, מכל מה שדיברנו, הקושי האמיתי של ה-ADHD, האתגר, בוא נגיד, לא הקושי, האתגר הנכון, האמיתי של הילדים ב-ADHD, שאי אפשר לעבוד עליהם. הם אמיתיים, הם מרגישים אותך ואת הרגש שלך מאיפה אתה פועל. אתה לא יכול לבוא אליו ממקום של לעשות חיוך ובזה למלא את הצרכים שלו, ובפנים יש לך לב טעון שלילי עליו. אי אפשר לעבוד עליו. הוא מרגיש אותך, האינטואיציה שלו מרגיש כל רגש שלך. אתה חייב לבוא ממקום אמיתי, להיות בשבילו באמת, וזה האתגר. אתה לא יכול לעשות את זה עם איזשהו מסכה.
הרב לרנר, תודה רבה על כל המידע שלך וכל איך שאתה מעביר את המידע, זה משהו מאוד מדהים לשמוע את זה. אז מי שלא מכיר את הספר של הרב לרנר, זה ADHD, להכיר ולהצליח. באנגלית זה ADHD, Pathways to Success, מומלץ לעיין בספר הזה. יש המון חומר ומידע וידע, ואפשר לרכוש כמה מהכלים של החוכמה של הרב לרנר. שוב, תודה רבה.
אוקיי, thanks.
Our broadcast will deal with the realities of ADHD.
And really get rid of some of the myths and misconceptions around ADHD.
The medicines for ADHD, aren't they addictive? And if you take them long term.
So many students that I'll meet, the parents will come in or a teacher will speak with me and say like, I don't know what's wrong with this kid, he's just lazy, he just doesn't want to work. He doesn't want to work.
During the broadcast, you will have a tremendous opportunity to learn directly from the experts in the field.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention. There's so much confusion about ADHD.
Other people might think that he's spoiled, that he has bad midas.
But he wasn't depressed. He had ADHD. It was never valiant.
With the right tools, with the right environment and the right support, ADHD can be a gift.
Don't say that it's going to go away with time.
And when he wants something, he has to have it right now.
Are there some signs that maybe mechanechim and parents should be looking out for, in your opinion?
It doesn't have to be this monster in the closet.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up. and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Kids will do well if they can.
We're here in the house of Rav Rand, who's very kindly allowed us to come and meet with him and interview him about the work that he does.
Our broadcast will deal with the realities of ADHD.
And really get rid of some of the myths and misconceptions around ADHD.
The medicines for ADHD, aren't they addictive? And if you take them long term.
So many students that I'll meet, the parents will come in or a teacher will speak with me and say like, I don't know what's wrong with this kid, he's just lazy, he just doesn't want to work. He doesn't want to work.
During the broadcast, you will have a tremendous opportunity to learn directly from the experts in the field.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention. There's so much confusion about ADHD.
Other people might think that he's spoiled, that he has bad midas.
But he wasn't depressed. He had ADHD. It was never evaluated.
With the right tools, with the right environment and the right support, ADHD can be a gift.
Don't say that it's going to go away with time.
And when he wants something, he has to have it right now.
Are there some signs that maybe mechanechim and parents should be looking out for, in your opinion?
It doesn't have to be this monster in the closet.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Kids will do well if they can.
Hello, welcome back to our annual broadcast for the Hakshiva fundraiser campaign. This year, as you may have paid attention, it's about paying attention. Pay attention. You may have even seen people on the camera saying pay attention, including myself, saying annoying things like pay attention. Some people even said, if I see that thing one more time and you say pay attention. Anyway, so welcome to the broadcast. The topic this year of pay attention, as you may have guessed, is a play on words. It's about ADHD. Hakshiva have turned their attention to really bringing this into the primary focus. Not only will Hakshiva be doing some of their amazing work that they do all year round, but they'll also be dedicating a lot of their new energies to a brand new ADHD-based center, a one-stop shop for people that are dealing with various elements of ADHD in our community. And it's not one person, it's not two people. It's many hundreds of people, possibly more. Maybe everyone to some extent, and it has wreaked havoc in the lives of many and has held people back in other areas, and Hakshiva said enough's enough. It is time to dedicate energies and resources to this very important topic. People who've tried to get involved in assessing themselves or getting other people assessed will find long waiting lists for doctors, assessments, treatments, therapies. Here's going to be a one-stop shop where you go to the center, and it's going to really revolutionize, hopefully, in our neighborhood, the way in which we deal with and relate to ADHD, both from the perspective of people who have it, family members, other people, whatever it is. We have a jam-packed lineup for you. As in previous years, we have some interviews with world-renowned experts in the field. We also have a live panel tonight in the studio with you, for you. Well, with you, if you're with us. Hopefully you'll be with us. If you want to send in questions, you can contact Hakshiva in the usual channels. No one actually told me what those channels are, but find them out and contact them. You can send in questions for our panel, and we'll hopefully bring them up in your name or anonymously. And we have a target. We have a target to try to help us reach our goal this year, and we'll be letting you know a little bit later more details about what it is and how far along we are. If you want to, well, I guess I was going to say if you want to join us, come to hakshiva.org, but if you're watching this, you must have done. If you're watching on the Facebook Live, then make sure that you at some point switch over to hakshiva.org. There will be snippets there, but the main broadcast will be running the whole time over here. We have one broadcast tonight, which is Sunday evening, and tomorrow, Monday evening, will be the conclusion, where hopefully we'll bring you good news and good tidings that we've actually reached our goal to help Hakshiva pursue this very, 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 very unusual initiative and very, very special goal that they have. As I said, later on we'll be going to some of our interviews that we've had with some experts. The first up in the lineup is Ravolvi Rand, and we'll also have, as I said, later on a live panel. We'll be hearing from Rav Dan Diomkin, Risa Moore, the ADHD expert that actually helps run programming for Hakshiva. We'll have later on in the program, also tomorrow night, a chance to hear from Uri Schneider, actually lives locally. Tremendous insights that he brought to us, and Dr. Rosenbroom, which would really stay tuned. You'll see some amazing things. Just before the program began, you might have caught the interview with Rav Aaron Lerner, which was in Hebrew. If you don't speak Hebrew, it's a very, very good chance to practice your Hebrew. So when you watch this back, you know, you can start from the beginning and practice it. If you speak Hebrew, then you may not understand a word I'm saying now. If you speak both languages, then you can enjoy both at your leisure. Dr. Lerner is an amazing personality. He was really very, very interesting. He's got a lot of different qualifications that have brought him along the way. So if you didn't catch it, you can rewatch it. And if you can't be bothered to rewatch it, you can catch it tomorrow night. At the same time, we'll be playing it before we go live in the studio. That will be, again, 5:40 Israel time tomorrow, Monday. So if you didn't pick it up tonight, you can pick it up then. Great. We've got a lot of things in the lineup for you tonight, as I said, and we'll be going shortly to our first interview. If you can see what's going on over here, we've got a slight change in the setup this year, a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more leisurely. Here we are in the I don't know what this is, a breakfast show setup with no guests over here, but we will have guests here. We'll have a panel later on, please God, for you. I'm in a couch. They gave me an armchair. I don't know if that means I've been promoted or they're trying to put me to sleep, which is, if you're a family pet, not such good news. But yes, so this is my armchair. Behind me, you'll be able to, first we'll see here a screen. Okay, fine, yes. Behind me, you'll see, right back here, the screen over here, you'll see this will keep you updated with certain important things. Right now it says donate now. If you don't know what donate or now means, then that might make this difficult. If you only know what donate means, but you don't know when to do it, or if you only know that something has to happen now, but you don't know what it is you're supposed to do, you're in trouble. So let me just explain very briefly. You're on this page, the hakshiva.org page, which means that you're also viewing our cause match campaign on the page that you're on. You're seeing interesting pictures of me, but also around you, somewhere over here, I'm guessing. Look around. I'm not sure where exactly. I'm not on the page myself. Denise, where on the page is it relative to me? Where do they donate? Yep. Right over here. Am I doing it right? Here, right here. Yeah. Right. Oh, they've changed the camera now. It's over here. It's over here now. Over there. It's just down here. Click the donate button and make sure you donate. The donations are doubled by our generous is a word that I've just made. I've just generated the word generous. Our generous donors who have stepped forward to graciously back the campaign, as in previous years, generous people have stepped forward to do so. Your donation will be doubled. If you don't know what doubling is, then you get another problem. Basically, everything's turned into two. So if you give $1, it turns into $2. If you $20, $40, etc. So that's the donate bit. And now means like Akshav, like now. Do it now. Because you might think, I'll watch first and I'll do it later. You won't. You know why? If you have ADHD. All right. So donate now while you're doing it. It won't stop you enjoying me rambling on, as enjoyable as that is. And you'll be able to be part of our campaign. The screen will change sometimes. It just did now. It just changed. Coming up next. All right, coming up next. I think that's my cue to tell you what's coming up next. No, it's not coming next. Oh yes, Ravolvi Rand. He looks like this. He'll be the one that looks like this. If he doesn't look like this, you get your money back. you don't actually get your money back. So if he doesn't look like that, that's it. But yeah, this is Ravolvi Rand. This is a picture of, this is not him. He's not alive here, he's alive there. But he's been videoed, he looks exactly like that. And he is a therapist, well, you'll hear on the interview itself, but he's a therapist and has dealt extensively with people who have had ADHD and some of the fallout that they've had and the way it's knocked on in their own lives. And he was interviewed, very, very interesting. And to stop you hearing me rabbiting on about it, you can hear it straight from the horse's mouth. There'll be someone else there who looks a little bit like me interviewing him, but he's doing most of the talking. So without further ado, I hand you over to Ravolvi Rand. Take it away. We're here in the house of Rav Rand, who's very kindly allowed us to come and meet with him and interview him about the work that he does. I don't want to give too much away, so we're just going to go straight in. So Rav Rand, thank you very much for having us.
My pleasure. Thank you for coming.
I know now that you're dealing in a more therapeutic setting. Can you tell us a little bit about how you came to do what you do and what you may have encountered along the way, particularly as it might pertain also to people who may be connecting to the world of ADHD?
So I was a mashgiach in Yeshivat Migdash Melech in Yerushalayim for about 30 years till Corona. And during that time I was working with Bachram. It sort of morphed into also taking professional training for therapy, emotional therapy, family therapy, and I started doing that on the side as well. Over the course of the years, so as a mashgiach, of course, you're a Rebbe yourself. I work with boys and I try to help them whatever I'm able to do. And when I meet boys one-on-one, they usually are coming to me either for a lack of progress in their work, which we'll call more either depressive or possibly anxieties. The gamut runs primarily, they're the American or chutznik crowd that run from about 18 years old and up. Mostly Bachram, some marrieds, from various yeshivas, various sides of the spectrum. And in the course of that, I've gotten to meet a lot of different boys and Baruch Hashem, try working with them and try helping them.
And you, when you meet a boy, so I understand from what you were speaking about earlier that you'll often find that these types of issues, whether we're going to label it ADHD or not, but they're going to come to the fore very, very quickly, very often. Can you maybe explain a little bit about how you encounter that and maybe how you explain why, if there's a connection, why they first came to see you in the first place and these things?
Okay, for sure. So I would say the overwhelming majority of referrals are coming from Rabbeim, the different yeshivas. The only ones that and usually what that means is that the boy is having some sort of issue in the yeshiva itself that he's in. We're talking about a boy that's already called post-high school. And again, like I told you, he's either just out of high school, in America we call it high school, just out of high school, or he's actually been in an American-based medrash for a number of years back in America or in England, and then he comes to Eretz Yisrael, to one of the yeshivas here. A Rebbe very often will have, I would say, a number of possibilities that have them be referred. One of them is simply their productivity is not where it should be. They're not attending, they're not showing up. And the Rebbe is either from the outside noticing this, or the boy himself has gotten close to the Rebbe and has shared that with the Rebbe. That is one type. And the other type is a boy that might actually be there the whole time, and he's called a very good boy, but again, he's shared with the Rebbe certain personal issues that he's having, and he wants to deal with it. And that brings them over to me. Now, as is very often done in a therapeutic setting, is we have an intake. An intake is where you ask a whole bunch of questions, and you get, before you know what to do with the boy, or the young man, you first need to know him and his background. And what I have personally done in my intake is I've placed an educational piece in there as well. So I ask very simple questions. I ask how his reading is, his simple kriya. They usually are very surprised when I ask that. And I ask how his comprehension is, what level of learning can he do? Meaning, Gemara, Rashi, Tosfos, Rishon, Lachrom, etc. We're talking about a boy that's post-high school already, right? And then I'll ask him, how is his concentration? Those are the three basic questions. Besides, of course, his consistency in the throughout the day and throughout the Zman. I'll ask him his daily schedule. In other words, I'd like to know what time he gets up and what time he goes to sleep, and what his performance is in terms of attendance. Those are like the basic questions I ask him in a generalized intake. And I tell them all that these are standard questions. I say that at the beginning. These are standard questions because they get a little bit nervous when I'm asking.
Maybe somebody's primed you to ask that.
Exactly. You know, a little bit invasive. So I tell them, and I show them. I pick up my paper. I say, see, it's all standard. These are the questions that I ask. So by doing that, I've incorporated that already, that just the beginning to get a sense of how is he doing educationally, not only emotionally.
Do you see then a very strong connection between people that are maybe suffering in the educational piece and people who are suffering in an emotional piece? Do you see a strong link between those two?
Exactly, yes.
So can you tell us a little bit about how the emotional piece is going to affect someone in a learning environment? Maybe, I guess, the reverse as well.
Sure. It's really very clear, very clear. Now, of course, we have two possibilities, okay? Let's say there's an emotional piece which can affect the educational. Let's talk about the educational that affects the emotional, okay? So we have a boy, if we're talking about ADHD, for example, as an example, that usually begins at a very young age, very young age. It doesn't necessarily show itself so strongly until they hit in America, about fifth grade. Fifth grade is where they generally begin the Gemara learning. Now, until then, a boy that has a certain amount of intelligence can handle school, he can handle his homework, and his behaviors may or may not be, so to speak, in sync and a bit. He may not be a well-behaved boy, quote unquote, but you know, they can handle him. There are certain cases, which maybe later we'll talk about, where the boy already has what we'll call behavioral issues in class. Also very common. That'll start at an even earlier age, first grade, second grade. Okay. Now, in any event, this is a boy that has ADHD, has trouble understanding the Gemara, right? Sometimes will have trouble sitting in class. I think today everything's called ADHD according to the DSM, but we're talking about two different types. One is a more hyperactive and one is less active. In the hyperactive situation, he gets into a lot of trouble. He makes a lot of trouble in class, out of class. He'll actually probably be doing that at home as well, but the parents will not necessarily let the Rebbe know about that or the teacher know about that for various reasons, which we might talk about. In any event, let's talk about school. So now he's not doing too well. Now you have to yourself picture a boy who's sitting in class. And remember, Baruch Hashem, in our world, there's a lot of class time and a lot of learning time. And he's sitting and he's not understanding what's going on, or he's not able to stay concentrated and focused on what's going on. So that's going on. And what's he supposed to do? If he's more hyper, then he can't even sit in his seat too long, right? Okay, so for whatever reason it was, let's take this assumption, and those are the boys that I meet when they're 18, 19, and even 24, married, they were never actually evaluated properly or dealt with properly. What's his feeling inside? And now he goes to either what's called high school or Mesivta, depending on which community you're in. This is continuing. If he is still not being evaluated, that means he's either getting into a lot of trouble or playing a great game. And some of them do play a very good game.
Holding it together.
They're holding it together. They're getting great scores on their exams, one way or another, getting great scores on their exams. And they also very possibly are popular in the classroom. And better than not. So I'm going to talk about both, okay? Let's go one way. Let's talk about the boy that is not so popular. He's not into things, he's not into the crowd, and he's not doing well in school. He's not understanding what's going on. He's not getting the better chavrutot. Okay? So now, how is he feeling about himself? And the older he's getting, the more, we'll use the word defensive he's getting to protect himself, right? And everybody now is going to Israel. So now, whether they're going to Israel right after high school, or whether they're going to Israel 3 or 4 years after high school, they're coming to Eretz Yisrael.
What's he protecting himself from?
Embarrassment.
He's nervous that he's going to be shown up in front of the other people or to the Rebbe, that he's not going to really be holding in what's going on.
Right. That's this type of boy, correct?
Okay.
Okay. And he's been playing a very good game of trying to make it work. Okay. And now
Flying under the radar.
Very, very carefully, and like I'm saying, very protective. I might say sometimes the protection and the defensiveness comes from the family, where they don't want to let people know, or they're very big on we can't let things about our family out, and you've got to be the best boy. And I hate to say it, but I will. That the concept of shidduchim come into question, and it plays a very powerful role. Very powerful role. So here's a boy. Now now what, right? So that his feelings about himself are not very, very good. And he's getting older. He's already a young adult. He himself is also seeing boys continue going on. Now, first of all, he went from high school to a base medrash. So whichever one he went to, he had to be accepted into it, right? He had to be admitted. He'd take admissions. What if his friends went to the quote-unquote better yeshiva, better school, right? And he didn't. How does he feel about that? What if he managed to get into the better school, but he's still playing the game? He's still playing the game. So, and then we come to Eretz Yisrael. So in Eretz Yisrael, as you know, well, let's hold it for a second, okay? Now let's go to the other boy. The other boy has been very, very active, but it wasn't taken in a good way. I'll give you a specific example that I have right now in my mind. Very nice, sweet boy. He came to me at about 22, 23. I won't give too many details, but he wanted to just sit and learn. That's what he wanted to do. From the time he was in a younger class, he was constantly getting thrown out of class. Constantly getting thrown out of class, constantly getting into trouble, constantly getting into fights.
He was being disruptive.
He was being disruptive, right? And he never was evaluated. Never was evaluated. He gets to a certain high school, and the Rebbe very nicely tries helping him, gives him different ideas. Every idea for him is what we call a b'di'evid, right? So if you're in a situation where everybody's sitting and learning and they're moving up, and then you tell this boy, you know what you should do is you should learn with a younger boy from a younger grade. Now that might be a great idea, but for this boy, taking it the way he took it and not knowing why he's being told this, all he did was feel like a real failure.
It wasn't explained to him.
It was not, well, he wasn't evaluated even. Right. He was never evaluated. And that continued. So by him, it wasn't a matter of protecting himself. It was a matter of him constantly reaching out to people because he really wanted to excel. And the family structure was a nice family. There was no real family issue. And he actually came to me because he he made an appointment with a psychiatrist he was hoping to be given antidepressants because he was very non-functional. And the Rebbe that he spoke to said, before that, why don't you just go to speak to someone else and see what the story is? And after the intake, it was obvious that that he wasn't depressed at all. He was feeling very down, but he wasn't depressed. He had ADHD that was never evaluated. So these are these guys, and they're coming here. So you could see what either of those examples do to a person's self-image.
So that makes a lot of sense, what you said just now. And while you were saying it, I'm wondering, how do people manage to fly so low under the radar? Is it because they're just so good at playing the game? Or is there maybe an increased awareness that maybe mechanchim and parents should have to know that Because obviously if there's an issue that needs to be addressed that happens much earlier, it'd be better if it was addressed earlier. Are there some signs that maybe mechanechim and parents should be looking out for, in your opinion, that you've seen that maybe could have been caught earlier?
Yeah, that's first of all, it's a great question. It's a great question, and the answer is all of the above. The answer is all of the above. I have a friend of mine, I guess I won't mention, but a friend of mine is a really top professional back in the States, and he gave me a great piece of advice, which is what he himself does when he evaluates. And what he says, he asks me to get hold of the child's report cards in elementary school, and he tells me, don't look at the grades, look at the comments. Look at the comments. And what that means is that there are boys, like I said, you have some that are quite intelligent, and they really know their stuff, okay? But they're not behaving well, they're not able to sit well, which means that their attention is not being held long enough, okay? So that's one of the places to see it right there, where it's not about the score, it's not about the grade, it's about their interaction in class. That's one place to see it. Another place to see it is actually at home. How is he at home? Is he relaxed or not relaxed? What are his interests and his hobbies? You could pick it up over there as well sometimes. And when the parent and the school work together about the child, that is really a great way to sort of pick up if something has to be checked into better.
So there's probably at least two traps there, because many schools nowadays, at least, you said, when you're looking back, don't look at the grade, look at the comment. But unfortunately, for better or for worse, in many schools, and maybe there may be very important reasons why that's the case, people do look at the grades. The students look at the grades, the teacher looks at the grades, the principal looks at the grades, other high schools look at the grades of the elementary school, whatever it might be. And even in local tests, people, oh, you got this and I got that. There's a certain make a fuss of the people who got the better grade. It's going to be a system that lends itself to making people be impacted negatively, emotionally.
That's a good point. I think that as a parent, I was told to make sure to have a regular connection with the Rebbe of the child. So even though what's called PTA is once, maybe twice a year, if a parent has a regular connection, even once a month or more or less, whatever you want, then you can pick up. It's not about the grade, because you're talking to the Rebbe about how is he in recess, how is he doing with the studies. So I think that if a parent and a Rebbe work to have certain contact, then you could avoid that problem of going under the radar.
Right, as you said before, also, it's important for the Rebbe to hear what happens at home, and the same way that it is for the therapist to hear. If you hear what happens at home, it builds a bigger picture, and instead of saying this child clearly doesn't behave nicely, there might be a much bigger thing. Saying, okay, very important. So you've mentioned that you meet boys in a therapeutic setting. Maybe just to give us an idea, how bad can things get if a boy has been suffering from this, not such healthy cocktail of what happens in the classroom, what happens at home, whatever it might be, and they're acting out in a certain way, and it does impact them emotionally. How bad can it get? Where can these things lead?
Okay, that's a great question. So first of all, I do want to share with you, I try to be a quite optimistic fellow. That's first of all. Second of all...
You'll never be British.
I work with British. Second of all, the how bad can it get, I don't work with. In other words, just to, as they say, Dai Hakima Beramiza, I am not trained in addictions, and I make that clear to the Rebbeim and to the boy. So how bad could it get? Let's talk about what I deal with, how bad it gets, okay? And I think it's important because on the one hand, it doesn't raise major bells, I'm not talking about major addictions. And yet on the other hand, it's very common. And when I say very common, I don't mean 55%, but I mean common enough that they're out, that boys are like that, okay? So I'm answering a very specific question. How bad can it get if we're not going all the way down, okay? And the answer is one of the things that can happen, this is what we wanted to get to later, by the way, is when you get to Eretz Yisrael. Because once you get to Eretz Yisrael, you're Rebbe as well, correct? And we know that as beautiful as Eretz Yisrael is, and as much as boys really can grow beautifully, there's a lot of freedom, a lot more freedom once you're in Eretz Yisrael, right? Just the idea that you're 6,000 miles away, the idea that you're post-high school, I mean, there's a lot, and there really is a lot to do. And there are many hours that the yeshiva, as good as any yeshiva can be, has no idea what's going on, okay? So we take that concept, and we don't want to talk about really, really, quote-unquote, really bad things. So one possibility is a boy that is extremely non-productive. And he can actually not show up to a large part of the day. We can have boys that are awake till 2 or 3 in the morning, and that's quite common in almost any setting, whether it's a dorm, whether it's a dira. There is the concept of boys being, again, I'm talking about boys because that's what I work with. They're up very late. They're up very late. If you're up very late, most boys cannot get up on time in the morning. Okay, we had one boy in the yeshiva years ago. He was able to do it. I was quite impressed. Generally speaking, most boys can't do it. If they do get up on time, they're sleeping another part of the day. But they can't make it, right? So that's one thing. A lot of non-productivity. They can be going to different internet places. If we're talking about a yeshiva that's on top of the boys that do not have any internet access, do not have any smartphones, there are unfortunately a lot of internet places in Yerushalayim that they can spend a lot of time. And if it's a school which either allows smartphones or the boy gets away with having the smartphone, we're talking about hours over there. So one group is a lot of non-functionality. Then you have the other group, which is quite functional. They're making it through the day, but they're just making it through the day. So again, what are we talking about? What are they feeling about themselves? They cannot stay with a chavrusa for any long amount of time unless the chavrusa is okay with having such a boy, pardon. There's a lot of boys that will have parents pay for a chavrusa, okay?
Like a private one-on-one.
A private one-on-one. Yeah. Number one is, what does it do to the boy's self-esteem? Number two is, now the boy's costing even more because the possibility of the Avreich is doing the learning, he's trying to be with the boy. He's not the boy's mashkiach, he's not the boy's rebbe, so if the boy's not really into it, okay. If the boy doesn't show up all the time, okay. So we can have boys that really are extremely non-functional, number one. Number two, of how bad it can get, spending a lot of money. Even if we're talking about kosher activities, they spend a lot of money. And even if we're not talking about addictions, I will say that they could drink a lot without being called alcoholics because they do it at only specific times and they, quote unquote, do it carefully. So how bad can it get? Where are they Thursday night? Where are they Sunday morning? Even if the rest of the week they're performing. So in my terms, which is I'm dealing with boys in Eretz Yisrael, how bad can it get is that they're literally wasting their year.
So would you say that those issues that arise, the boys not sleeping enough at night, going out to town, they're wasting their year effectively, as you said, are those things related to the fact that maybe they don't feel so at home in the learning environment? Or is it just a product of, it's like a kid in a candy shop. You put a kid here with lots of time on his hands, potentially, lots of freedoms that he may not have experienced before, potentially access to funds that, may also allow him to, get involved in the activities. Are we connecting that to the world of ADHD, or are we just going to say that there are a number of reasons why students won't be productive in yeshiva, and for a person who's suffering with those things, it's only going to exacerbate things more?
Right. So again, excellent question, and again, all of the above. So since I know that we're focusing on ADHD, so let me say as follows. Why a boy might enjoy himself, so to speak, in the free world of Eretz Yisrael, there's a variety of reasons. But let's take a boy who has ADHD. And again, we're talking about a boy who has ADHD that has not treated it. Because Once you're treating it, you're not ADHD anymore. Let's get that.
If it's properly managed, then you're going to be
managing. I'm not saying I'm not a diagnostician. I'm not saying we're not going to diagnose him, quote unquote. But it's just like literally in my experience and in my training, it's a boy that needs glasses, right? So yes, he might be short-sighted, but when he's wearing glasses, we don't say he's short-sighted. He can see. A boy who has ADHD and is taking care of himself properly is taking care of himself properly. So we're talking about a boy that has not been evaluated. And those boys, we know that the yeshiva system is usually a 3 Seder day, a lot of book time, a lot of learning time. And if it's not learning time, there's class time with shiurim, which also need concentration. Those boys, what are they supposed to do? And that's why in the focus of ADHD, in other words, relating to your question, there could be so many reasons why boys are doing this, but we know a couple of things. One is that if a boy is going through a whole day and probably years of not feeling successful, he's going to be looking to do other things. The second thing is, I think any good mechanech knows, is the excitement of the learning and the beauty of the Torah world is very, very attractive. And when a boy gets more into it, it lessens his desires to look for other things. So I'm saying 2 things.
But if he's not getting it, then he's going to be looking for those.
That's right.
Right, maybe we're calling Hebrew sipuk. He wants to feel fulfilled.
Correct.
Everyone wants to feel fulfilled.
Or at least, if not fulfilled, at least not bored, right?
Right. Okay, so that may often exacerbate the
yes.
issue. Okay, so we are talking about, as you mentioned, we are talking about ADHD, and Hakshiva have this new centre. I know you don't live in Rabat Shemesh, but I'm sure you've heard about some of the work that Hakshiva does, and getting, the time down from diagnosis to therapy is over. How important is a centre like Hakshiva's ADHD centre going to be for I guess in Rabat Shemesh, for the Rabat Shemesh community?
Fundamentally important. The saying is an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And from any angle that you're looking at it, that will be true. For example, in terms of the most important point is the child, again, I'm talking about a boy, his own self-image, who he is, his self-value, how he can handle life and its challenges, his desire to want to learn, and his love to education. And again, I'm saying Torah, but any education, we as Jewish people look very highly at education in all aspects. It's hard to enjoy something that you are not understanding or getting involved with. That's one thing. The second thing is in terms of emotionally. I mean, I'm talking about the boys that I'm seeing because of their learning issues, whether it's ADHD or any other learning issues, I would probably not be seeing had they been taken care of, properly evaluated when they were younger. Financially, I don't know Hakshiva's charges, but the older you get, the more work has to be done. It's also and also and also. So, and finally, for what we call the quote unquote, the finished product of what we're looking for our children to be able to do as they go on in life, was really what I said earlier, is it's all going to be taken, into account when you have an institution like this, and a program like this, that will look at the kids, help them, evaluate them. From what I know of Hakshiva, it's a very safe and warm environment, which helps a lot when you're doing this type of evaluation. They're very interactive with parents as well as school. So we're talking about a fantastic idea that can have tremendous, reap a lot of fruits for the future.
Okay, finally, you said before, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. I know that you have so much of a broad experience. ADHD is only one of the segments of the things that you deal with, but if you could stop the world for 2 minutes and have everyone's, I guess, attention, if you pardon the pun, and tell them something about the importance of what you were saying before, identifying or the kind of work that Hakshiva is going to do, what would you say to the universe?
We're living in a very, very, how should I say it? it's a world with a lot, I'll use the word static. We're living in a world with a lot of static. There's so many things that are going on that grab our attention. And without getting into the discussion of technology and the internet and smartphones, the bottom line is that there's so much going on. A child grows up today in the most, quote unquote, the most protected environment. Is not so, he's open and he's faced and learns and hears about so many different things. The ability to help a child understand himself, or even the parents understand the child, the ability to notice at the beginning, at the onset, where a possible issue of ADHD is coming up, is so important, because the earlier we can help him, the more equipped he is to handle his learning and also his challenges in life and his maturation.
Reverend, thank you so much for sitting with us today and sharing your wisdom and your chokhmah and your insights over the years that you've managed to gain. I think it's amazing. Thank you very much. William.
ADHD is not just a diagnosis. It affects individuals, families, and communities worldwide.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
During the broadcast, you will have a tremendous opportunity to learn directly from the experts in the field. This is not just about facts, but it's about deepening your knowledge and perspective.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August. Welcome back to the Hakshiva studio. Hope you enjoyed that interview with Rav Rand. If you were there, how informative and how insightful he was, and how interesting it is to see the impact that ADHD can have on the life of people. Sometimes we would associate ADHD with affecting the lives of people, maybe in the learning environment, in the school environment, whatever it might be. But here you see that often the knock-on effects of some of those things can have such an emotional impact on the lives of other people that often only when they're a little bit later on in their teen years and they would have met somebody like Rav Rand, they're able to start to begin to unpick that puzzle. As you are probably aware, and if you're not aware, Hakshiva are trying to reach their goal tonight of $360,000. That's what they need in order to build their new ADHD center. Things are changing over here, so you can see their new ADHD center. I believe we have over 1/6 of the money in. How far are we along the road? Right, with $67,600, which is good. Definitely not bad, which is also the English definition for good, because they're not bad. But really, $360,000. We're only $300,000 short. So if you've got $150,000 knocking around the place, donate it. It'll be doubled. Yalla, as they say in Hebrew and Arabic. We're there. But until then, so please, if you are watching, we hope that you're enjoying the broadcast and the content. But please make an effort to donate. Somewhere down here, you'll see the link to donate. Just click it. I would say it doesn't cost you anything, but it does if you're going to donate something. But in spiritual terms, you're going to profit from this, and you really will help Hakshiva continue, as they are already established and amazing what they do in the entire field. And this year they're turning their attention, pardon the pun, to ADHD. They're building a one-stop shop center where there will be the ability to get a full assessment, diagnosis, treatments, therapies, the whole shebang in one jam-packed center, instead of the long waiting list that people are experiencing, as you will hear in some of the other interviews. Some of the waiting lists in excess of 1 year is unacceptable. People are trying to get themselves some help, and they can't do it. Hakshiva, as usual, is stepping up to the challenge and is building a beautiful center, but they need your support to do it. So please, as much as the content of the program is good, we think it is, please make an effort to donate. As I say, down here somewhere is the link to donate, so make sure you do that. At some point, or some points throughout the evening. That was Dr. Rand, Rabbi Rand. Later on in the evening, we still have you, Rav Dan Tiomkin, a celebrated media personality in Israel who's got a large expertise in ADHD. We have a live panel for you in the studio later on tonight. Also later on in the program, meaning also tomorrow night, we have Risa Moore, who runs a lot of the ADHD programming here in Hakshiva, to hear a little bit from her very, very powerful insights. Uri Schneider, we have for you Dr. Rosenbaum, and really stay tuned. We have some fantastic experts with very insightful things to say. If you have just joined us, welcome to the Hakshiva annual, well, it's the fundraising campaign, but it's also the annual broadcast. So you get to have somebody annoying like me badgering on for a little bit of time. If you'd like me to stop talking, make an extra large donation, and I will agree for a short period of time at least to stop talking. Anything in excess of $1,800, I think I'll be quiet for at least a minute or two. But if you have just joined us, you'll be able to see somewhere on the screen. Also, should tell you the total we're up to. We're over $67,000. We're on our way. There is a fair way to go in the campaign, both time-wise, but also there's a fair way to go in the campaign goal-wise. So if you can help us, please do. If you don't have $150,000 knocking around the base, don't worry. $150 is good, $15 is good, $5 is good. Even the smallest of donations that people think, it's not going to make a difference. If I make that donation, it will make a difference. So as just to recap what the focus of the evening is, of the campaign is, the focus is ADHD, whether you are aware of it, or you're unaware of it, or you feel that you have it, or someone in your family has it, or you know someone who once had it for 10 seconds, or whatever it might be, you'll know that in addition to people who might be more or less aware of it or take it more or less seriously, for the people that it affects very seriously, it can be not just a little bit impactful on their lives, it can affect their lives in its totality, not just their learning experience or their school experience. It can affect organizational skills, it can affect their life at home, it can affect their life with their peers, with the people around them. It can affect their lives really eventually to an emotional extent, as you just heard now from Rabbi Rand. If you do miss any of the interviews that we show you here on the program, in addition to being able to watch it back and find your way along on the Hakshiva YouTube channel, you will be able to find the videos will be uploaded there, so you'll be able to go back and look at them. And if you did miss before the broadcast began in the studio, we already had Rabbi Lerner, an interview in Hebrew. So if you like Hebrew, if you understand Hebrew, if you like Hebrew, then you can tune in and catch it over there. In the meantime, enjoy. We'll cut to this, and we'll be back soon. Enjoy.
All Gdolei Israel in the previous generations repeated that message again and again. Don't ruin those souls. You have to deal them with a lot of love, with a lot of respect, with a lot of kindness. And if you see the good side in them, in those kids, and you help them and you love them, and you find ways to show them how much you love them, unique ways, then they will flourish. And this is our biggest challenge today as a generation.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
How many kids in our classes with ADHD are thought of as lazy if they would just focus, if they would just stick? These kids are diamonds, and they need us to just polish and shine a light on them and put them on the right path. They're brilliant. You gotta love the kids, and when you're loving them, that penetrates deeper than any video game point system. But if they're not getting the love, they're gonna look for the points in other places.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August. Well, you may think you saw someone who looked exactly like me a second ago on that small promo. It was in fact me. Sorry, spoiler alert. Yes, we are drawing your attention to ADHD. Tonight, Hakshiva are building a new center. In addition to all the wonderful work that Hakshiva, as you already know, I'm sure, do, we are also having the privilege, hopefully in our community, to build a brand new ADHD focus center. One of the most amazing elements of what they're trying to do is that currently people who are trying to find a diagnosis for ADHD, they're noticing things aren't working out for them, whatever is so well, they often get advised they should get assessed. So they go off and they book an appointment with someone who's an expert assessor. So they go and they find out that their next available appointment is in a year's time, which of course is, apart from a ridiculously long amount of time in time, is also a lot of amount of time in the context of a school year or in the context of what's going on right now at home, whatever it is, and people who are looking for something a little bit more immediate can't find it. So Hakshiva are going to be revolutionizing this in our neighborhood by making a one-stop shop center which will provide for everything from assessment and diagnosis all in under one roof, therapies, treatments, different things, and they already have some programming, but this is going to bring it all under one roof. That's really going to try to revolutionize what's going on in the neighborhood. Of course, these things, as usual, are wonderful, and they also require support, not just professional support from the people that Hakshiva bring in, but also the financial support that it takes to make something wonderful like this happen. And that financial support comes from people like you. Yes, if you're watching this now, you'll have a look around here, you'll see a little link over here. The aim here is, apart from informing and bringing awareness, and you'll hear from us tonight, please God, we've already heard from two big experts in this field, more tonight, including a live panel, and tomorrow night also other experts such as Dan Tiomkin and Dr. Rosenbaum and Risa Moore, and also tonight to come still, I said before, Dan Tiomkin, Uri Schneider tomorrow night, and we have a live panel of experts tonight in the studio as well. In addition to that, it's also here to draw attention so that you can also help us with the support. Every donation made is doubled. We are on our way. The goal is $360,000, which you may not think that you have in your back or front pocket, but that's okay. It's a group effort. All of the little small donations and bigger donations are made to count. We're currently at $68,500, which is excellent. It's definitely $68,500 more than no dollars, which is fantastic. If you take it towards the goal of $360,000, of course, it's about $351,500 short. So that's so if you can help us achieve it. No, I got that sum wrong. It's about 290 something. Whatever. Donate. That's the bottom line. I think it says here to donate now, in case I'm saying it's not impacting you enough, or maybe you have a little bit of attention deficit and you're like looking around the place, so you can look over here. Here, you can see donate. At the moment, donate now. Yes, donate again. Yes, donate now. Yes. So donate. Yeah, enjoy the program that we have for you tonight. Coming up shortly, I believe, we're going to have the first part of Rav Dan Tiomkin, is that right? No, first we're going to have a little, our version of a commercial break. With some promotional material. And then we're back here in the live studio, so I can be what they call in Hebrew a nudnik for you, just badgering on you. If we have a good donation, anything $1,800 or above, with a little message saying, please be quiet, I'm willing for at least a few seconds to go, just to give you some peace of quiet. But if you don't, I'm going to keep talking until you can't bear it any longer, and then you'll end up making a larger donation than before. In fact, some of you might even drive over here and just muzzle me, at which point you'll say muzzle tov. That's just a little pun. Thank you. So fine. Just to remind you, $360,000 is the goal. We're currently on about $68,500. Keep those donations coming in. We do have a jam-packed program with, in addition to my prattling on, some actual content for you. Just now, tonight, if you missed it before the live in the studio part of the broadcast began, we did have Rav Aaron Lerner, Rav Dr. I think Aaron Lerner is a very, very interesting person, multiple qualifications as he's got more and more expertise over the couple of decades into ADHD. If you missed it tonight, you have a few options. You can never look at it again in your entire lives, option one. Option two, you can try and fiddle around with the video thing after the live stream's finished and try and work out where it was. It was at the beginning, by the way. Or you can tune in tomorrow and catch it again. We have it for you to get again tomorrow night, 5:40 p.m. Israel time, before we go live in the studio at the same time we did tonight, at 6:30 p.m. Israel time. So it's definitely worth checking that out. A disclaimer or a warning. Ramat Bet Shemesh is where we live. It's one of the closest places in the world to the land of Israel. where they speak a language called Hebrew. His interview was conducted in Hebrew, so if you don't know Hebrew, you might not find it as easy to understand, but if you do know Hebrew, then you'll find it easy to understand, but you might find what I just told you just now difficult to understand. If you're bilingual and you know Hebrew and English, then you'll be able to understand both what I'm saying and what he's saying. If you speak American and Hebrew, you'll probably be able to approximate more or less. In the meantime, we will be back with you very shortly after this.
Our broadcast will deal with the realities of ADHD.
And really get rid of some of the myths and misconceptions around ADHD.
The medicines for ADHD, aren't they addictive? And if you take them long term.
So many students that I'll meet, the parents will come in or a teacher will speak with me and say like, I don't know what's wrong with this kid, he's just lazy, he just doesn't want to work. He doesn't want to work.
During the broadcast, you will have a tremendous opportunity to learn directly from the experts in the field.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention. There's so much confusion about ADHD.
Other people might think that he's spoiled, that he has bad midas.
But he wasn't depressed. He had ADHD. It was never evaluated.
With the right tools, with the right environment and the right support, ADHD can be a gift.
Don't say that it's going to go away with time.
And when he wants something, he has to have it right now.
Are there some signs that maybe mechanechim and parents should be looking out for, in your opinion?
It doesn't have to be this monster in the closet.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Kids will do well if they can.
The ability to notice at the beginning, at the onset, where a possible issue of ADHD is coming up is so important, because the earlier we can help him, the more equipped he is to handle his learning and also his challenges in life and his maturation.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
So cognitive is executive functioning treatment for kids with ADHD. What executive functioning really means is that we're helping them learn skills, organizing skills. Not just organization, but rather self-management skills. The ability to set a goal, to plan out how to get there, to maintain concentration or ability to, monitor how you're doing in relation to your own goal, and learn strategies to help themselves.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
A kid with ADHD has the engine like a big truck, but the brakes of a bicycle. So he can't control himself. And when he wants something, he has to have it right now. And when he feels attacked, then in this moment he has to fight for his life. And therefore it causes so many bad side effects that other people might think that he is spoiled, that his parents didn't treat him and taught him well enough, that he's a vicious man, but it's not true. It's a disability.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
So we know that relationships with spouses and relationship with employers and accidents are much, much higher in people with ADHD who aren't treated, meaning divorce or other types of spousal issues, getting fired from jobs.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Don't miss this opportunity to expand your knowledge. Tune in and enrich your understanding.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Getting into the shower, getting out of the shower, any transitions, anything that they're supposed to be doing, and then they're supposed to be getting dressed in the morning and they just sort of see a book and then start reading, and then once they start reading they see another toy and they're off to there, and being able to get to school on time, be where you're supposed to be and do what you're supposed to be doing can sometimes be very, very hard.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Telling someone who's trying that they just need to try harder, telling someone who's trying that they're lazy, there's two things. It demoralizes the person, but it also means this person doesn't know me. I don't want to have what to do with this person. I got you, but I got you. I got that you don't get me. I got that you're not behind me. I'm going to disconnect from you.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Our broadcast will deal with the realities of ADHD.
And really get rid of some of the myths and misconceptions around ADHD.
The medicines for ADHD, aren't they addictive? And if you take them long term.
So many students that I'll meet, the parents will come in or a teacher will speak with me and say like, I don't know what's wrong with this kid, he's just lazy, he just doesn't want to work. He doesn't want to work.
During the broadcast, you will have a tremendous opportunity to learn directly from the experts in the field.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention. There's so much confusion about ADHD.
Other people might think that he's spoiled, that he has bad midas.
But he wasn't depressed. He had ADHD that was never evaluated.
With the right tools, with the right environment and the right support, ADHD can be a gift.
Don't say that it's going to go away with time.
And when he wants something, he has to have it right now.
Are there some signs that maybe mechanechim and parents should be looking out for, in your opinion?
It doesn't have to be this monster in the closet.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Kids will do well if they can.
Yes. Hello, welcome back to the Hakshiva live broadcast. We are here in the annual campaign to help Hakshiva do the work they do, but this year is a twist. Hakshiva is doing something new. You know Hakshiva, they're always doing something new, and this year the new thing is they're trying to build a new center dedicated to ADHD, not to give people ADHD, to help people who have ADHD deal with it in a more efficient way. Sometimes the waiting lists, as we mentioned, for doctors, for assessors, all different things can exceed a year. People are often left with either no options, or they end up going down the medicated route for no real kind of trial and error, and it's really a very imprecise and very difficult situation. Hakshiva, of course, are coming to try to remedy this, and they're going to be building a brand new center, a one-stop shop with everything under one roof, ranging from assessment and diagnosis to therapies, treatments, all different things. It's amazing, 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 an amazing, amazing innovation that Hakshiva are trying to do to revolutionize what's going on in our neighborhood. However, this comes at a cost, and that cost is going to be shared by our generous donors, and please God, many of you, the donors have stepped forward to give matching funds to make sure that everything that you donate tonight is doubled. Our goal is $360,000. We were before at $68,500. There's something going on the screen. I think something is going to happen over here in a minute. And something's going to happen over here, I don't know what. But look on the screen below you and you'll see the figure that we're at the moment. Also, while you're looking at the screen below you, have a look at the link, the button to click on to donate. Make sure that you make your donation. Every donation from $1 upwards has significance. Obviously, if you can make it from $2 upwards, or even $10 upwards, or even $100 upwards, at this juncture, would be I'd like to draw attention to the fact that I've just drawn to my attention. We have something called Team Maze. That's my team. We were on $0 a minute ago, but a very kind person just donated. We're now on $360, so we're towards our own personal goal, but certainly towards the bigger goal of $360,000. Please, we're up to where are we up to now on the figure? Currently, all right, $69,446. So almost $70,000. It's fantastic, which means there's only about $290,000 to go. So we're almost there, like relative to things that are not almost happening. Yes, so make sure that you also make your donation and allow us to reach this fantastic, fantastic goal for this amazing and brilliant new initiative of Hakshiva. Earlier tonight, you would have caught, if you joined if you're really avid and you were there from the very beginning, you'd have noticed that at 5:40 p.m. Israel time, it was Rav Aaron Lerner, a very interesting expert in the world of ADHD, speaking in Hebrew. He is actually from England, I'd like to point out. He's from England, but he's from Stamford Hill. I'm not sure that's England, but he's from England, but he speaks Hebrew much better than he speaks English. If you missed it, you can rewatch it, but if you want to watch it as it happens, as it's put on our broadcast, and tomorrow at 5:40 p.m. we'll be showing it again before we go live in the studio at 6:30 p.m. Both tonight we went live at 6:30 p.m. in the studio, and tomorrow night, please God, all the way until 10 p.m. Israel time. During the course of the program, we will have live live segments in the studio, and we'll also have some interesting interviews with renowned experts. Speaking of which, coming up now, we have part one of our interview with Dan Tiomkin, a celebrated media personality who is an expert in the world of ADHD, a very interesting person, and I think you'll find that out for yourselves. So check out Dan Tiomkin now. I'm here with Rav Dan Tiomkin, which is a big privilege. I got to meet him for the first time last year. He is a celebrated expert in the world of ADD, ADHD, chinuch. He's a celebrated media personality, and he's here with us to talk about this year's topic of ADHD, of all topics. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome myself to his house. We're here with Dan Tiomkin.
Hey Mark, nice to meet you. Great having you here again.
Well, thank you. It's good to be here. Okay, so Rav Dan, for those people that don't know, or maybe just to give it a little bit more clarity, could you explain a bit what line of work you're in and how you connect maybe with the universe of ADHD?
Well, first, I have ADHD. So I'm in the club, and I have 3 kids with diagnosed ADHD. Thanks to them, I realized that I have it myself, because I always used to think that ADHD is about attention and distraction, but it's not. It's a whole different thing. Attention is only one side effect of ADHD. Delaying things and so many other phenomena with self-management are involved in this fascinating and remarkable phenomenon of ADHD. So once I got to know it and I realized I have it myself, it explained so many things about myself.
Looking back
And forward. And at the present. It's not only something for students.
Right.
It's with you the whole time, for your whole life. But when you get to know it, you can manage it much better.
So you have it personally, you've seen it, but then I guess in your professional life, you've encountered it in even a more developed way.
Yeah. Because ADHD kids, if it's managed properly and you know how to deal with it, and it's not only a question about yes or no Ritalin cure. No, it's not only about that. It's a whole different parsha, and when you know it and deal with it in the right ways, then those kids can be amazing, awesome. But if it's managed in the wrong way, then they're on the bad side of the charts, and therefore, I think today one of the missions of my life, I think my professional life especially, is to help to aware more, to raise the awareness for this and to teach people. And on the way I'm learning myself how to deal with it much better.
Is it fair to say that some people have ADHD and some people don't, and that's just the end of it, or is it more like a spectrum of ways of dealing with life that maybe a lot more people that we're not aware of maybe have what we might call ADHD without it ever having been referred to as such?
Well, today we know it's a whole wide spectrum, and it's not only a spectrum of ADHD, yes or no. There are different types and different kinds of ADHD. The thing with ADHD is there's a part of the brain somewhere here. This part is responsible for all the executive function parts whenever you're preparing things, delaying gratifications, organizing things. This part of the brain is active. It's also active in the marshmallow test. It's always active when you're...
What's the marshmallow test?
Yeah?
What's the marshmallow test?
You don't know the marshmallow test?
No, I don't know what it is.
It's amazing. It's a well-known research. They took kids, 5 or 6 or 7 years old, and they offered them, if they want one marshmallow right now, or if they can hold it together for 10 minutes, they're going to get 2 marshmallows. And there's a video of those cute kids. Some of them, the one who's doing the test doesn't even finish talking about it, and the marshmallow is already in. And some of the kids are looking at the marshmallow, I'm not going to eat you, or sitting on their hands, or smelling, or licking, or looking the other way. You're strong, you can do it, you can do it, you can do it. And some of the kids eventually
fold, and they...
Yeah, and they found out that the kids who hold it together and could resist the temptation are much more successful in their lives.
So I didn't know it was called the marshmallow test, but okay, I have heard of that concept.
Yeah.
And
so
a child with ADHD, for example, would not really find it easy to pass such a test.
Yeah, because the part of the brain, today they did this research again with fMRI connected to the brain, and they saw that the part in the brain that's active when you're trying to delay gratification is around here, the executive function part. Now this part with ADHD kids is not functioning well. Something in the wires doesn't really connect. So it's not easy to be in an education system when you have to manage yourself and come on time and not forgetting notebooks and
personal
organization and social connections. They are prisoners of the present. They don't stop and see the past experiences and future consequences. They're prisoners of the present, and it's not easy because a regular person has to always remember his past experiences and calculate what are the side effects of what I'm going to do right now. But when that part of the brain is not functioning well, then all the time they are distracted. There are so many issues about self-management and organization and delaying things, and it causes a lot of pain. But, and this is the good part here, like a blind man can hear much better because he comprehends.
Compensates. Yeah.
So people with ADHD, they have to, in order to survive, to develop skills like creativity, thinking out of the box, improvising, charisma, charm, all kind of humor, sense of humor, all kind of skills in order to survive. And those skills, as a student, you don't have them on your
resume.
Yeah, on your resume. You don't really measure those skills. What do you measure? The ability to learn, the ability to study well, and to repeat your studies.
And be quiet.
Sit still and be quiet. And those kids are very poor because it's not easy years for them. But later on in their lives, if their self-esteem is not crushed, then those skills can make them be such a fruitful, happy, successful person, human being. But you have to be aware that ADHD causes pain because those skills, the self-management skills, are not so accurate, and they're causing a lot of difficulties in the systems. But if you, as parents, as community, as society, as teachers, we put our focus, our attention, not only on the skills of self-management, but on the skills of creativity and thinking out of the box and multitasking and those kind of skills, then those kids can be something great when they grow up.
So they shouldn't just be recognized, maybe they should be encouraged, or there should be parts of the curriculum that focus on creativity or whatever it might be to bring out success in different...
Yeah. Some people even call it a present, the ADHD. I wouldn't say it's a present because it's hard. It's not easy to raise a kid, it's not a gift. To raise a kid with ADHD, he suffers a lot because he looks right and left and he sees his friends that are not much cleverer than him, but they're doing well in studies, they're not being thrown out of schools, much easy with friends, and they are suffering, and it's not easy to see your kid suffers. But if we teach them the right skills and you help them to see the good side of the ADHD, then they can regulate themselves much better. And then they have more patience to do the ordinary, boring skills that most kids do very successfully, and for them it's very, very hard.
That's a mental step, as opposed to, they have to if they can learn to be more self-aware, they'll be able to develop the skills to be able to still do those, for them, extra difficult tasks. They'll be able to do them.
Yeah, there's so many literature about ADHD, and all those books are talking about, listen, you're not very, very successful, but if you listen to me and you do all kind of exercises, maybe you'll be a bit less damaged human being than you are right now. And it's very, very not respectable. It's not respecting this attitude.
It doesn't help competence.
It doesn't help because there's so many books with charts and do signs whenever you do well, but those kids, they lose it eventually because they're getting so much depression from themselves and they lose hope. But once you put your focus on the bright side of the ADHD, then and only then I think they have the self-courage to look at their downsides and improve it a bit.
So is it fair to be able to talk about different types of ADHD that you could talk about, or is it just it's such a big topic that you can't really say, you know, there's 4 types, or like there's...
It's a big topic. There are many types. The 2 most basic types are with the H, with the hyperactive, and those kids, if they are not, if something doesn't interest them, then they don't, all their environment is on their legs, because they're hyperactive, and if they're bored, then they look aside and they watch everything, and they not mafri'im, they're disturbing the class, and therefore the teachers hate them they're disturbing everything. They can't teach. So that's the hyperactive part. And ADD without hyperactive, when they lose interest, then they go inside to their own fantasy world in which they think about what they want to think, but they're not with you. So they're distracted, both of them, but they took it to different places. It's also a lot about impulsive and delaying gratifications, and it causes a lot of different types of activities. And it's not only for kids, only when you grow up, also for grown-ups. As a grown-up, you have the benefit to manage your own lifestyle. You can do things that you like to do. I'm not an expert, but I have a suspicion that you also have ADHD.
What gave it away?
But you do things you like to do. You go to interesting people, sometimes more, sometimes less, but you go to interesting people, and you're outside and it's action and you're active with things you like to do. But if I would lock you in a box with a fluorescent light and force you to learn something that you don't like for 8 or 10 hours a day, I'm sure...
Start bouncing off the walls pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Right.
And therefore grown-ups they have the liberty to manage their own lifestyle, and therefore they go to activities that it's their interest. So
the child has to be in school, so it's going to be they're locked, you're saying, into a certain system that's not healthy for them.
And yet there are difficulties also with grown-ups. When I learned that I have ADHD, I could talk with my wife and I could tell her, listen, when I'm telling you I'm coming home in 5 minutes, I mean it. But I know that I need a reminder. I know that it's going to be hard for me. So many small things that when you know it and you can deliver it in the right ways, I'm not taking off responsibility. It's not only my wife's fault to the responsibility to call me and remind me, but I'm giving small reminders to myself, and she helps me with it. I could deliver it to my bosses where I work, and I work better with deadlines. If you tell me to do something, I would probably forget. But if you give me a reminder, a deadline, I'll write it in my diary, I'll do something about it, it would help me be more productive.
When I was in university, they said if you have a problem with the deadline, ask the lecturer for an extension. So whenever we got homework, or like an essay or anything we had to do, the first thing I did was I need an extension. Without thinking.
People with ADHD are always on the borders and always somewhere there, and it's true, sometimes they need extension, and again,
No, but some people wait and then they get the extension. I used to go after 1 minute and say, I need an extension, and okay, straight away I did. But looks like we need an extension. You said that it creates a lot of impulsivity.
Yeah.
How does that affect maybe someone socially as well? Because, okay, educationally you're locked in a box. Socially you can do more what you want to do because you're with your friends, whatever it is. But if you're very impulsive, can that also lead you down a bit of a dangerous road of impulsive behaviors?
I'll give an example. A regular student go on his school and someone goes across him and they bang.
Bumps into him. So a regular student will look, why did he bump into me? Is he my enemy? No. So why did he bump into me? It's probably a mistake. Nothing happened. Okay, we can move on. Everything's okay. Someone with ADHD goes along and someone bumps into him. In that minute, he is his enemy, because right now he declared the war. We are dealing here with a dictator, dangerous, vicious dictator that right now declared the war on me. Can I still stand still and not answer? Respond and react.
Respond. I have to respond. Then immediately it becomes into a fight. Now he's not violent, and he didn't forget what Chazal said, that if you raise your hand on your friend, that you're an evil man. He knows everything, but it's hard for him in that minute.
He's fighting for his life.
To stop and look for the wide angle, the past, the future. He's a prisoner of the present. A kid with ADHD has the engine like a big truck, but the brakes of a bicycle. So he can't control himself. And when he wants something, he has to have it right now. And when he feels attacked, then in this moment he has to fight for his life. And therefore it causes so many bad side effects that other people might think that he is spoiled, that he has bad midas, that his parents didn't treat him and taught him well enough, that he's a vicious man, but it's not true. It's a lakut. How do you say lakut?
It's a disability.
It's a disability. It's a disability like any others. You have also a vision disability. I spotted on the spot that you have it. But you have glasses, yes? So I can see that you have a vision disability. And it's nothing that you should be ashamed for. You didn't do anything wrong. And
Also, a lot of people wear glasses.
Yeah, it's easy to detect. This disability is under the hood. You can't really see it. So you can very easily think of this kid that he is vicious or spoiled or lazy, but it's not a fact. It's a disability. And if you treat him right and understand him more and give him more environments where he can succeed and try to understand him more, then he will flower and light the world. But if you always look at him as a vicious, evil, spoiled, lazy kid, then this property will
self-perpetuate,
and it will lead to very, very bad things. And this ADHD can evolve into a complex post-trauma because he will feel not belonged and outsider, alien, and this is a very, very dangerous spot. We don't want to be there. So we can either lower the engine by medicine or more effectively
strengthen the brakes.
And this is the biggest part here. How can we strengthen the brakes? First we have to know it's a disability, it's not his fault, it's something organic in the wires in the brain. We have to know it, and we have to help him feel successful. We have to help him feel loved. And it's not a suit that you buy on the store, it's a custom made. You have to keep him busy, because if he will not be busy, then he will nag his sisters and brothers and do foolish things. You have a challenge here. It's not an easy challenge, but if Kadosh Baruch Hu decided that you're going to have this kind of kid, then you can do it.
You said before that it can affect someone in the classroom, it can affect someone socially, it can really cause a range of problems. And you can have a teacher, for example, that would see a kid who's disruptive, doesn't listen, bothers, and then in break time he's getting into fights and whatever it is. I guess the other side of the coin, maybe more skeptical or cynical people might turn around and say, listen, now every day everyone's got ADHD for some reason. When I was younger, there were some kids that were lazy, there were some kids that were mischievous, there were some kids that didn't behave nicely, some kids got into fights, and we got through it, and that was the end of it. Sometimes there are kids who, for some reason or other, they do disrupt the class. Where do we draw the line between discipline and keeping a good classroom and being sensitive to, maybe someone's got ADHD?
Well, first I think we should encourage the parents to do diagnose, to evaluate and to see what causes the impulsivity and what causes the distractions. Sometimes it's not ADHD. Sometimes they find a hard time with their eyes that are not focusing well, or other things, hearing problems. Sometimes it's something you can detect in a blood test because there's low iron or B12 or celiac. It's also one disease that causes concentration problems sometimes. So there are many things that can cause problems with construction, and it's not ADHD. So first you have to go to a doctor that knows about ADHD, not the kind of doctor that immediately writes the medicine, but the one who can really evaluate and see and diagnose it and see what causes the problem. Now, if it is ADHD, then he's not just trying to make you feel bad. He is in pain. And just like he is having a hard time functioning in your class, probably he has the same problems with other classes. So you can be one of those teachers with a beard who can tell him how bad he is. And it's not very good for his education. He will probably be anti everything you stand for. He will hate you, but he will also hate religion. He will also hate functioning world. You're making this kid, who is a good kid, who has a disability, functioning disability, to become kid in risk. I think in our generation, when the street is so tempting and so close, it's a risk we don't want to take. Not as parents, not as teachers. But with more understanding, there are more and more tools today how to help those kids, how to teach them in better ways. They have upsides also. If they understand and they love it, they can concentrate and they can succeed much more than regular kids. Find the right ways. I can tell you an example. I know a teacher. He had an ADHD kid, and that kid wasn't really there.
Playing ball.
No, he was trying to sleep, and the teacher tried everything. He tried good ways, bad ways, everything. Nothing worked. His father, the kid's father called the teacher, and the teacher asked him, "What does your kid like? What are his hobbies? What does he like to do in his spare time?" So the father said, "No, I'm disappointed with him. Nothing at all. Just talking anything with wisdom, he's not there." So the teacher said, "Okay, I understand, but what does he pay attention for? What does interest him?" He said, "Nothing, I'm telling you, nothing." "What?" "He likes cars. You can talk about the difference between Kia and Toyota, he's there. But who cares? Who cares about this thing? It's rubbish. Nobody really understands it." I said, "Okay, thank you very much." On the next day, he gave an example. He talked about a bull kicking a cow. So he said, "I'll give an example, kids. How do you call this car, the one with the no engine, only you can AC/DC car, you can electric car with engine down, and it can speed up from 0 to 100 in 2 seconds. What's the name of that car?" So that kid rose up and he said, "Tesla." "Tesla, Moishi, thank you so much, you saved me." Okay, so I'm talking about the Tesla here, yes? And the Tesla is running away, and he forward in his class. But Moishi was hearing because
something that caught his attention.
And he saved the teachers, he saved him. Now that teacher made a prescription for a newsletter about cars. And every day he gave at least 2 or 3 examples from cars' technical world. He didn't have to do it, but he did it. And that Moishi became a very important student now, because he always knows the questions for some of the answer for some of the questions, so he paid attention. With ADHD kids, there is no right path. You have to invent it. You have to see, to absorb, to see what are the ways to gain trust, to gain good relations with every kid. And if you do it right, then you don't have to put all your efforts with the discipline and rules and red lines, because when
they're already engaged.
Yeah, they're engaged, and that's the biggest thing here. How to help those kids, to engage them, to help them feel loved, successful. When you have it, you have the key to their hearts, and therefore it's that important, much more important than anything else. Because if you do it right, they can win the world, and if you don't do it right, then you lose them. Okay, you can say, "Okay, I'm just a teacher, it's not my responsibility," but every teacher says it. And those kids are growing up and they feel neglected and poor and not belonging. And from here to the streets is a very, very small, short path. We don't want to be there. It's our responsibility, one of our biggest responsibilities as society, to help those kids. You know, I used to learn with Rav Uri Zohar for 20 years. Now, I'm not a Mekubal, I don't know a lot about Kabbalah, but Rav Uri Zohar showed me a book called Sefer HaDe'ah of the Leshem. Rav Eliashiv, the grandfather of Yosef Shlomo Eliashiv, wrote a book called Sefer Leshem, Leshem Shvo Ve'Achlama. And in that book it says that in the last generation, more and more souls will come to this world with bigger journey to go through. The sparks they need to collect in their journey, we're all collecting sparks here. It's a Kabbalic term. there are sparks that are in the time and in the place and in the souls. And whatever we do in our world, it's a journey. We're collecting small sparks that belongs to us. מקבץ נדחי עמו ישראל. And those kids have different... The Leshem says that in the last generation, more and more souls will come to this world and have to do a bigger journey. Now, we can never say to someone, hey, you're that kind of soul, go to a bigger journey. Our job is to try to raise them up and not to lower them down. But sometimes kids from the best houses, with the best educations, they have different journeys in this world. Now, how would the Kodesh Baruch Hu would send those kids to this journey? How can he inform them, hey, you're a neshamot de tohu, you're a different kind of soul, you have a journey to go through? Text message, WhatsApp message. So he said he sends them different letters in English, ADHD, ADD, ODD, PTSD. But this is only the way that those souls are going to their own unique journey. And our job as parents, as teachers, as society, as community, is to help them shorten up this journey as much as possible by showing them love, by showing them that we accept them, that we recognize and we know the good experiences. When we do that right, it's really a matter of saving lives.
Have you noticed an increase over the years? Because to my mind, we weren't talking about these things in the past, and we talk about it now. Because you said now, the beautiful story of the teacher that incorporated cars into his. But if you're dealing with a class of 30 students, and not one, and not two, and not three, and not four, but a whole handful seem to suffer from ADHD. So every day you're going to have to bring cars and trains and planes and bicycles and sheep and whatever each kid would interest them. Like, is that just the new challenge of the modern day teacher and mechanech? Or are there certain factors that maybe make ADHD more pronounced, more exaggerated, more exacerbated, that maybe everyone can be doing, apart from maybe the chemical route of Ritalin? Because it seems, I think, to some people that it's the teacher's problem.
Every expert you ask, you can get a different answer.
Okay.
Some say in our world the nutrition, the food we eat, is not good enough because we eat too much salt and too much sugar and too much, they spray the vegetables,
right, and pesticides.
And in the previous generations, the food was much healthy. And even the most sophisticated machine, if you put the wrong fuel in it, it wouldn't function well. And therefore, in our generation, the nutrition is not good enough, and that causes so many problems. It's a good story, it's a good answer, but I gave lectures and workshops in places, up in the north, next to Rab Shimon Bar Yochai, in Meron. There are a few villages that they don't accept people unless they are vegetarian and they only eat organic food. So I thought to myself that in those
they'll have a lower
level of ADHD. No, they have the same level, even more. So it's not it. Some say it's all a matter of exposing to screens. Our generation kids see screens much more than previous generations, and therefore it makes the wires go off. I gave again lectures and workshops in Kiryat Sefer and in Mea Shearim and in different places where the kids never saw a screen in their lives, and again, same percentage, same problems, even more. Some say it's all a problem of over-diagnosing. And they give a fact that in Tel Aviv there are 10 times more people with ADHD than in Dimona. What happened in Dimona? There's a lot of radiation, according to foreign press. So what happened? Why in Tel Aviv 10 times more than Dimona? So Tel Aviv, people are richer, and they have the opportunity, they have the resources to evaluate the kids and give them privileges.
So they're just not getting evaluated enough in Dimona?
Yeah, in Dimona, people are struggling in difficult of their lives, and they're not getting enough evaluation.
You can see it in media, though. Like, if people who would watch something on a screen, 20 years ago or 30 years ago, they sat and they watched it. Nowadays, even someone pointed out
break every 5 minutes.
the commercial break. Then someone else pointed out, even nowadays, the camera angle, even this interview, we've got 2 cameras, and there'll be the close-up of you and the close-up of me and the wide shot and the.
Even here.
Yeah, why do we need all those things? It could be that either the media is responding to the attention, or the media is helping to contribute to the.
No one really knows, and again, the over-evaluation, I don't think that's enough is the right answer for this, because again, I have 3 kids with ADHD diagnosed, and I can tell we weren't looking for free evaluations. We weren't bored. The kids suffered. We had to do it for them. So some say the education system is not fit to our generation. In 4 generations, the kids sat with there wasn't classroom with 30 kids. The teacher sat in the shul, in the synagogue, with 5, 6 kids, not necessarily same age, same level, more or less. And when the teachers noticed that one of the kids is losing it, he sent him outside. It was very interesting outside. There was a cow, chicken, donkey, river. He did something and then he came back. No big deal. But today we have a classroom with 30 or 40 kids, and a class that takes 1 hour. And if a kid is not behaving well, you can't send him outside. There are buses running around. And you have to force him stay and not disturbing. You have to take medicine. We're putting those stamps on kids, and the education system is the one that's not feeding to everyone. It's also a good answer. But again, I think that the more accurate answer to your question is the one Rabbi Zohar told me about souls and journeys. Some kids have different journeys. We don't know. We can't affect everything. But if you can't deal with it and you're a teacher, then you're in the wrong profession. Because you don't want
being a teacher now is not what it was, then you're saying, because we're dealing with, basically you're saying, in religious terms, there's different neshamot in the world now than we had 30 years ago.
Yeah.
So
the Baron Leib Steinman said, and it's awesome, he said it in a convention for teachers. He said, in every classroom, the 4 kids that are good, the best kids, they're your Olam Hazeh. Those kids are their teachers this world, because they give him satisfaction. They ask the right questions, and they write everything, and they nod. All the satisfaction is from those 4 kids. He said the 4 bad kids, the worst kids in the class, are the teacher's next world. They're his Olam Hazeh. And all the kids in between, that's why he's getting paid for. Now I want to focus on the 4 challenging kids. Steinman was very, very accurate in every word he said. He said those kids are the teacher's Olam Hazeh. The next world, the heaven this teacher can get, or
the
other way around, is depending on those kids, because the other kids will get along. They have other teachers, they have enough mechayvim, enough family, enough social codes that they'll get along. But those 4 kids who are struggling, if you see the good in them and you get to talk with them, yes, about their success experiences, and yes, cars and trains and bicycles, you have to focus on those kids. And if you do it right, then the whole class will go up, because rather than dealing with discipline issues all the time, they will feel belonged and loved. And those kids, if the teacher see the good sides on them, then they give everything for this teacher. And it's a challenge. And if a teacher feels like he doesn't have enough patience, it's okay. There are so many other professions he can do well in. But don't ruin souls, because your success is not evaluated only by the good kids. It's evaluated by the kids who are struggling and they need your special attention. And that's a message all Gedolei Israel in the previous generations always talked about it. Gershon Edelstein always talked about it. Kavod ve'ididut. You have to find a way to show them respect, to show them love, to show them kindness. You have to be kind to those kids. And if you can't, you're in the wrong profession. It's that easy.
So, Rav Dan, do you have any tips for teachers and for parents about identification of ADHD, when to be suspicious, when at one point you should maybe seek to consult with someone?
The experts say that the best age to do the evaluation is 5 or 6, because in this age you can detect what's the real source of the distraction problems or the behavior problems, and the self-esteem is not ruined yet. But even if if the kid is not 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, in any age, if you can detect, sometimes the real source is different. And when you know what the source is, you can handle it. It's not only a question about medicine. Ritalin, yes or no. There are so many other solutions. Involve the brakes, encouraging mechanism. Many different kind of coaching for those kids. Or teaching the parents and the teachers the right attitude.
What they're looking out for?
Excuse me?
I'm a teacher, I'm a parent, what should I be looking out for? I see a kid, at what point do I say, wait, maybe this kid is not misbehaving, maybe this kid actually has a disability of some sort, so this part of their brain, like, what should I be looking out for?
I'll tell you a story. I love stories. A kid came into 7th grade, and the parents came to a Safat Horim.
Right? Parents teachers conference in America, parents evening in English.
Parents evening. So they got to the teacher, they waited in line, they came to the teacher, how our son is doing. The teacher told them, listen, what can I tell you? Your kid is great. He's awesome. He's one of my best students here in this class. He's smart. He's friendly. Everybody loves him. What can I tell you? The line is very long here. Your time is precious. My time is precious. I have nothing to add. They said, thank you very much. Really appreciate your time. And they went. Now they see that the teacher of the afternoon studies is available. So he said, since we gained so much nachat from the teacher of the morning, let's go pop up and make a visit to the teacher of the afternoon.
I think I know where this is going.
Yeah. So they came to his class and they said, hey, where are the parents of Moshe? So the teacher said, okay, I understand you have a problem with medicine, with Ritalin. I don't know why. Your kid is hopeless and helpless here in this class. He doesn't do anything. He's like a vegetable. So the parent said, whoa, hang on there. What are you talking about? Are we talking about the same kid here? Maybe you need medicine, like the famous story. Our kid is great. He's now in 7th grade, 6 years. We didn't hear one complaint. Even now, the Rebbe, the teacher of the morning, all praised him and said, oh, maybe you're the problem. He said, listen, I'm a teacher for 30 years. I know what I'm talking about. I tried in so many ways to reach to him. He's not responding. He's not with me. The parents said, okay, let's hold it here. We want to do it very, very in the right way. The appointment with the teacher of the morning and you and the consultant of the school. They made this appointment. They put a big picture of the kid in the center of the table. Make sure that there are no mistakes. The teacher of the morning said, he's one of my best kids. And the teacher of the afternoon said, he's not responding at all. He's not active. He's not with me. What did they find out eventually? This kid has a very, very rare phenomenon. When he runs, his feet clap into each other and he falls down. It's very rare, but they have a few kids in every year that have this phenomenon, this disability. This kid has it. Now, until 7th grade, it wasn't an issue because the kids didn't go out to play in the big yard. So they couldn't run that fast. But now, in 7th grade, finally, they have the big yard for the lunch break. And all the kids are running, and he always falls down. So the kids didn't want to put him in their team because he always falls, and he always fails. His whole team he's ruining and every time he swore, please, this time I'll try harder. You see, this time I won't fall. But he always falls. So the kids call him name, Nachum Taku. And the kids looked down at him. When they found what happened, now after the lunch break, when he came to the class, all the kids came sweating and full with experiences. And he sat there and thought to himself, what a failure I am. What a failure I am. So he wasn't free for learning. And that was his problem. It wasn't ADHD. It was something else. There are so many other phenomena that causes concentration problems. Sometimes it's emotional things. When you put your finger exactly on the right place and you know what causes the problem, you can deal with it much better. If it's ADHD, there are different ways to deal with it. Medicine or ways to strengthen the brakes. And if it's not ADHD, then there are different ways to help those problems. And therefore you can't skip this evaluation part. It has to be done by a professional who knows ADHD well and give the right treatment.
So I guess treatment, moving on to this last piece, Hakshiva is starting this new ADHD center. There's this big lag, a big delay. People going to try to get evaluations, the waiting list, they finally get someone to evaluate, and they finally get maybe a diagnosis, then they have to maybe do follow-up, tipul, therapies, whatever it might be. It's so difficult. How important would you say in the lives of maybe the community such a center is?
Life-saving. I think it's so important and so crucial, because if those kids eventually their self-esteem will be low, and they'll be much more vulnerable to muganut, to molestation, to car accidents, to drugs and other addiction problems. The whole community suffers from it. But if you detect it and treat it well in the right ways, and their self-esteem is not crushed, rather they see the good side in them, they develop their skills, the charm and the humor and the creativity and the improvising. So many justice will, so many skills can be developed as a comprehension to the ADHD, and they can make the whole difference in the class, in the community. Therefore, doing it right. Now, when I talk about it in lectures, in Hebrew I'm better, I think, so when I talk about it in lectures, always people are coming to me after I'm finished, and they ask me, okay, but whom shall I go to? Who can evaluate? Do you have someone in Kupat Cholim? Yes, but there's a long line. And even if it's evaluated, who can be the treatment persons afterwards? I need a therapist. I need someone who can help me with this.
Like you said before, sometimes evaluating it might just tell you there's an issue, and then if it's a doctor evaluating, they might recommend medication, and that's the end of it. They're going to deal with the breaks.
No, nothing is the end of it. It's a whole...
No, I'm saying what might happen sometimes is people are going to go, they're going to get this medication or whatever it is, and they're going to go away and say, okay, we dealt with it. And it's not a tool tube. They have to deal with the breaks that you were talking about. And
strength the breaks, see the upside, the ADHD superpowers. That's the name of my book. I hope it will be in English too soon. ADHD superpowers. It's a whole environment awareness project. And when you know it, and you have the right evaluation and therapy people, and this is what Hakshiva does, so I think it's the most important thing in the world.
If you could stop the world for 2 minutes and speak about ADHD, what would you say to them?
ADHD is a disability. It's not lazy kids, spoiled kids, rude kids, evil kids. It's a disability. And if you evaluate and see what's the source, and you give them the right treatment, the right ways to succeed, you help them see the good side that this disability causes, the improvising, and creativity, and humor, and leadership, and justice skills, and so many other skills that those kids can develop as a comprehension to this disability, then those kids can flourish and save the world. I call it ADHD superpowers. They have those strengths. And if we are blind to those strengths, then those kids are in a very, very bad path. But if we see it and we help them, they can make the whole difference and make our world, who doesn't need workers. They need the Jewish spirit, the Jewish mind, the Jewish creativity, the Jewish thinking outside of the box. And those kids are expert in this. So we should help them do their purpose or why those souls came to do this journey in this world. And it's not something, we have to be a big tzaddik or have to learn to be a doctor to do it. No, we can all do it. If we put our focus and our minds to it, if we tune into it, I think we can all do it.
get ADHD people to become the next generation of teachers because they understand these concepts better than everyone else.
Yes, definitely.
Rav Dan, it's been a big pleasure talking to you again and to hear your amazing insights and expertise. People can look you up online, I assume, and they can make contact with you, and
Sure.
you meet with people as well.
I hope, I try. I'm busy, but I'm
Right.
trying.
And you're not doing interviews and other
Yeah.
things and things. All right. Well, thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
And all right, onwards and upwards.
Our broadcast will deal with the realities of ADHD.
And really get rid of some of the myths and misconceptions around ADHD.
The medicines for ADHD, aren't they addictive? And if you take them long term.
So many students that I'll meet, the parents will come in or a teacher will speak with me and say like, I don't know what's wrong with this kid, he's just lazy, he just doesn't want to work. He doesn't want to work.
During the broadcast, you will have a tremendous opportunity to learn directly from the experts in the field.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention. There's so much confusion about ADHD.
Other people might think that he is spoiled, that he has bad midas.
But he wasn't depressed. He had ADHD that was never evaluated.
With the right tools, with the right environment and the right support, ADHD can be a gift.
Don't say that it's going to go away with time.
And when he wants something, he has to have it right now.
Are there some signs that maybe mechanechim and parents should be looking out for, in your opinion?
It doesn't have to be this monster in the closet.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Kids will do well if they can.
ADHD is not just a diagnosis. It affects individuals, families, and communities worldwide.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
During the broadcast, you will have a tremendous opportunity to learn directly from the experts in the field. This is not just about facts, but it's about deepening your knowledge and perspective.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
All Gdolei Israel in the previous generations repeated that message again and again. Don't ruin those souls. You have to deal them with a lot of love, with a lot of respect, with a lot of kindness. And if you see the good side in them, in those kids, and you help them and you love them, and you find ways to show them how much you love them, unique ways, then they will flourish. And this is our biggest challenge today as a generation.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Pay Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
How many kids in our classes with ADHD are thought of as lazy if they would just focus, if they would just stick? These kids are diamonds, and they need us to just polish and shine a light on them and put them on the right path. They're brilliant. You gotta love the kids, and when you're loving them, that penetrates deeper than any video game point system. But if they're not getting the love, they're gonna look for the points in other places.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August. We are back in the Hakshiva studio. I say we because my chavrissa has arrived. A very Hakshiva person has arrived. His name is Harav Agon Eliyahu Meis Shlita. He wears a very unusual Hasidic garb from the United Hasidim.
Glory, glory, Man United!
An old niggun that they have. So welcome back to the studio. I hope you have enjoyed the lineup so far. We've had some fantastic content already tonight. Started off with Rabbi Lerner before we went live in the studio. In Hebrew, if you missed it, you have a chance to catch up and hear it again tomorrow, please God, at 5:40 p.m. Israel time, before we go again live in the studio tomorrow. At 6:30 p.m. we'll be in the studio, starting off our full lineup tomorrow of interviews and live features in the studio. Earlier tonight we heard from Rav Avi Rand, a psychologist, therapist, expert on many matters, also relating to ADHD and the people that he's helped deal with some of the fallout of some of the things that have gone on in their lives. We just heard now from Rav Dan Tiomkin, a celebrated media personality here in Israel, with heavy expertise in ADHD. Both very interesting content. Later on tonight, we have coming up a live panel here in the Hakshiva studio. Just to give you an idea of what's going on here in the Hakshiva studio, here we are on a couch. We'll come to him in a minute. In the background, you'll see people phoning around, busy flying around with pieces of paper. I went through the corridors before and I saw, you can't see it, it's not on the camera, but up the stairs and all the way up into the offices upstairs, all sorts of people scattered all over the place making phone calls, trying to help Hakshiva raise money for the fantastic new ADHD center that they have, or that they haven't got, that they're trying to get. The figure that we're trying to reach is $360,000. All your donations are doubled. So far on $80,000. That's pretty good. We're more than a quarter of the way there. No, we're not. But we're approaching a quarter of the way there. In $10,000 time, we'll be a quarter of the way there. So just donate $5,000. It'll be doubled. We're a quarter of the way there. Before you know it, in the blink of an eye, as long as that blink.
And obviously donate to Team Maze, because they're amazing. Get it? Maze, amazing. Anyways, it's interesting to see how they're succeeding, but just because they're doing well doesn't mean they can't do better.
Speaking of ADHD, yes, so don't forget to donate to any team you want. If you would like to donate to Team Maze, well remembered. How did you remember that? One second, I think you have something on your... Let's see what's on the back here. What's on the back? There we go. Bit of free advertising there for Team Maze.
And obviously Manchester United.
Yeah, can't mention them by name. Can't be biased to any one team more than another, particularly that one. Yes, so if you donate to Team Maze, you can check us out. We are on a personal goal to get to tonight, so if you would like, but you can donate to any of the teams because it all goes to the same place. It goes to Hakshiva to help them.
Obviously donate to Team Maze.
Obviously donate to Team Maze or any team you want.
Team Maze.
That's called Team Maze. Yes, it all goes to the same goal, to help Hakshiva build a new centre. So speaking of ADHD, Eliyahu, you are the ripe old age of 12, just started Kita Zayin, 7th grade, if you speak that language. Do you find that sometimes it's difficult to focus on what's going on in school?
Not sometimes, always. Well, it depends on
always, that's the A in ADHD. Doesn't.
But anyways, depends on the teachers. If they're good teachers, then you could obviously concentrate more. But if they're less teachers and less interesting, it's a lot harder to concentrate.
So there's the more interesting teachers idea, that's true. But that would suggest that if someone is engaged, if the teacher's interesting, then you can focus. Some people, even when the teacher is interesting, will find it difficult to focus because their attention is, for example, I'll give you a good example. You're my chavrusa, right? Remember? Hello? Yeah, good. So tonight we had actually tried to have a chavrusa here. It was more difficult than usual. Why was it more difficult than usual?
Because the noise.
Noise and people, and it's sounds interesting. And our attention was split between all different. I've got this in my ear, so I can hear. In addition to all the normal voices I hear in my head, I can also hear extra voices in my head tonight. So that's more distracting. So, what would you say? Do you think that teachers are very good at dealing with ADHD? Not good at dealing with ADHD? Could improve?
I don't know if it's not 100% the teachers. You also have a choice. You could also either choose if you want to concentrate. Even if it's harder, you could still try and concentrate.
So maybe that's someone who doesn't have ADHD, but someone who does have ADHD is, even if they choose to concentrate, they might find it that they're not able to concentrate.
No, but some people, when they see that they're not concentrating, then they just don't concentrate. But if you continue trying to concentrate...
Okay, so part of it for some people is the way they think about it, and they can make an effort. For some people, we know, it's like saying someone who's got a bad leg, make an effort, you can run fast. It's like, even if I make an effort, my leg is not allowing me to run. So those people will struggle. So maybe, because you said interesting teachers, do you think that there are some teachers that they teach in different ways, like they move around a bit, or they give you like something that's not in the book the whole time and do other things?
Yeah, they do that, but they also they see when people aren't concentrating, and then they try and get their attention.
So teachers, is that how they do it? Like this?
Yeah.
They go like that?
Yeah.
Does that help? Do you think it helps?
Yeah.
Okay, so you heard it here. One of the ways that ADHD can be addressed is through clicking fingers. How was here? You heard
Doing a noise.
Any noise, but particularly clicking fingers. You heard it here.
Particularly if you sing Glory, Glory, Man United. Anyways.
Sorry about this. Yes, particularly if you do that, that's good to help people concentrate, is it? Right, a known way of concentrating. And that, what would you say though if you said, if you know that Hakshiva was trying to build a brand new centre dedicated to ADHD. They're going to have, for some people have to wait a year to get assessed for ADHD. A year. We asked one of the doctors, he said his waiting list is a year long. So if you realise that you've got an issue with ADHD, maybe, and you want to get assessed, you try and book an appointment, we can see you in 1 year. What would you say about that? Good or bad?
Well, obviously it's better than nothing, but you can try look for other people that are less busy.
That's what Hakshiva's trying to do, all under one roof. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
Fantastic. All right, we're going to take a small break. We'll be back after this.
Broadcast will deal with the realities of ADHD
and really get rid of some of the myths and misconceptions around ADHD.
The medicines for ADHD, aren't they addictive? And if you take them long term.
So many students that I'll meet, the parents will come in or a teacher will speak with me and say like, I don't know what's wrong with this kid, he's just lazy, he just doesn't want to work. He doesn't want to work.
During the broadcast, you will have a tremendous opportunity to learn directly from the experts in the field.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention. There's so much confusion about ADHD.
Other people might think that he's spoiled, that he has bad midas.
But he wasn't depressed. He had ADHD. It was never evaluated.
With the right tools, with the right environment and the right support, ADHD can be a gift.
Don't say that it's going to go away with time.
And when he wants something, he has to have it right now.
Are there some signs that maybe mechanechim and parents should be looking out for, in your opinion?
It doesn't have to be this monster in the closet.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Kids will do well if they can.
broadcast will deal with the realities of ADHD
and really get rid of some of the myths and misconceptions around ADHD.
The medicines for ADHD, aren't they addictive? And if you take them long term.
So many students that I'll meet, the parents will come in or a teacher will speak with me and say like, I don't know what's wrong with this kid, he's just lazy, he just doesn't want to work. He doesn't want to work.
During the broadcast, you will have a tremendous opportunity to learn directly from the experts in the field.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention. There's so much confusion about ADHD.
Other people might think that he's spoiled, that he has bad midas.
But he wasn't depressed. He had ADHD. It was never evaluated.
With the right tools, with the right environment, and the right support, ADHD can be a gift.
Don't say that it's going to go away with time.
And when he wants something, he has to have it right now.
Are there some signs that maybe mechanechim and parents should be looking out for, in your opinion?
It doesn't have to be this monster in the closet.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Kids will do well if they can.
Our broadcast will deal with the realities of ADHD
and really get rid of some of the myths and misconceptions around ADHD.
The medicines for ADHD, aren't they addictive? And if you take them long term.
So many students that I'll meet, the parents will come in or a teacher will speak with me and say like, I don't know what's wrong with this kid, he's just lazy, he just doesn't want to work. He doesn't want to work.
During the broadcast, you will have a tremendous opportunity to learn directly from the experts in the field.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention. There's so much confusion about ADHD.
Other people might think that he's spoiled, that he has bad midas.
But he wasn't depressed. He had ADHD. It was never evaluated.
With the right tools, with the right environment, and the right support, ADHD can be a gift.
Don't say that it's going to go away with time.
And when he wants something, he has to have it right now.
Are there some signs that maybe mechanechim and parents should be looking out for, in your opinion?
It doesn't have to be this monster in the closet.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Kids will do well if they can.
Welcome back to the Hakshiva studio. We have been riveted tonight by the content of the broadcast and the numbers that we're trying to reach. We're trying to get to $360,000. All donations are doubled. We're trying to help Hakshiva reach their goal of building a dedicated center to ADHD. The number that we've raised so far is 81,500, which is good. I would describe that as good. I wouldn't describe it as what we need, because it isn't. We need to get to $360,000. That's why it isn't. It's only, though, just under $280,000 short. So you've got $140,000 handy. Just quickly donate it. Yalla, we'll be there. In the meantime, we're not there. So if you've seen some of the programming tonight, you won't need this recap. But if you haven't, so let me just remind you that before we went live in the studio tonight, we had a chance to hear from Rav Aaron Lerner, a very interesting expert in the world of ADHD. He's picked up numerous accolades and qualifications over the years, and is a very interesting person. That was in Hebrew. And if you missed it, you can pick it up again tomorrow at 5:40 p.m. Israel time. Before we go live again in the studio tomorrow, at the same time we went live tonight, 6:30 p.m. Tomorrow night we have more people on the lineup. Coming up soon, or very shortly, we have a live panel in the studio of experts. But right now in the studio we have a live panel of other experts whose names and qualifications I don't know. They're here, and I assume they do have names. Who are you? What are you? What are you doing here? Tell us about yourselves. Who are you?
My name is Ayala Baron.
You're what?
Ayala Baron.
Ayala Baron. And your name is?
Rena Hollander.
Rena Hollander. Isn't she like a lawyer? Who's like the deputy mayor of the city?
Not really.
That's not you. That's someone else.
I'm cool. No.
Yes. Well, okay. I'm cooler than the deputy mayor. Wow.
Okay. Hakshiva, we're so much cooler.
Yes. Yes. Good. Actually, was cooler than the mayor. Wow. So why are you here?
We're helping to raise the money for the campaign.
Fantastic.
Sitting here since 2
Have
o'clock.
you managed tonight to raise any money?
Oh my gosh. Firstly, me no, but all the girls here have been doing.
Personally, no.
Everyone else has.
But other people have.
Everyone else has. So if you want to donate,
If you guys and
to Ayala Baron,
everyone there will get their goals.
But
So let's-
personally,
Ayala
we
Baron,
did.
have you raised money tonight?
No.
Right. So personally, we've raised between us nothing.
But it's good.
But we've helped
Everyone
other
else
people.
has. We haven't. But
So 1 second. We're interviewing you on this couch as the two people that haven't raised anything tonight.
Because we're still
Because you're on a couch being interviewed instead of phoning people up.
But we're still here since 2 o'clock, and we're still here, so that means something.
So the dedication's there.
Yeah.
We've been here since 2 p.m. today.
Exactly.
Good.
People should know how much we love Hakshiva and
So
we want them to
I've got it now.
donate,
I've got it.
and we're still here.
I've got it. As a vote of sympathy for the two people that have been here since 2 p.m.
Someone
that
just
haven't
has to
managed
tell-
anything, could you please donate to Team
Ayala Baron.
Ayala Baron
And every team, let's go.
and Team Every
But
Team?
especially me,
Go.
because like every dollar counts. And Team Maze.
I was going to say vote for donate to Team Maze.
If
but
you
I-
feel bad, you could do it to Team Maze. But like if you really want to donate to Team,
if you feel bad, donate to Team Maze. But if you're feeling really bad, donate to people who've raised exactly zero. They've been here since 2 p.m. What have you could have donated yourselves.
I'll tell you why we're here. Because I personally have so much gratitude to Hakshiva.
And we love the work that they do, and we see
A
it.
lot of friends of mine. And I think they're doing such a good job with their modeling, with their tutoring, their mentoring to Beit Shemesh. And I personally think, first of all, it's so fun to be here. Every single girl here is giving so much good energy, and it's really, really fun.
The staff are amazing.
So when you're trying to raise $306,000, the most important thing is at least it's fun.
Yeah, at least we're enjoying
And
ourselves.
not only that, also, we're also, I feel like it's just like, again, Hakshiva helps so much of Beit Shemesh. And
They do.
Why can't I help them?
Why not be part of it?
So look at this. They've been here since 2 in the afternoon. They've raised nothing. Ordinary people would be like, ugh. But these people are weird. I mean, they're not weird. They're not ordinary.
They're very special.
They're not ordinary. And they're not deterred because they have a karas hatov. They have appreciation for the work that Hakshiva does in the community for lots of people that we all know. Many, many, many years ago when Hakshiva first started, it was helping those people. Now it helps all of the people.
Everyone, yeah.
It's dedicated to being very proactive, very preventative in the whole neighborhood. Most of our children have benefited from some of the Hakshiva's programming. And the ADHD thing, okay, let's talk about ADHD. What do you know about ADHD?
I think everyone in the world has ADHD.
Everyone in the world has ADHD.
And it's nothing bad. I'm just saying.
You guys should see what's going behind the camera.
I should say at the moment, these people are not experts, as far as we know at this moment,
From
in
experience.
anything. Certainly not in fundraising,
We
and
the
also in
experts in Hakshiva
ADHD.
and in ADHD.
What do you know about ADHD, about the center that they're opening up?
Yes, good.
About it,
How much do we have to raise?
A lot.
I'm not good with
Listen.
numbers.
But it's something like with 3
Not
and a
good with
6.
numbers. It rhymes with.
A lot
Are you
of
good with
zeros.
rhyming? It's good with it rhymes with $360,000.
It's a lot of money, but it's being matched. So even $1
We've already
is
raised
going to be $2.
over $81,000. So we're on our way. Would you say
I
it's
think
good
it's
enough?
really good.
Would you say it's good enough?
Feels good. No.
No!
No.
Correct.
Imagine if
We only have another day,
You
so
finally have
yeah.
expertise in something. It's not good enough. Quite correct. What should people do if they want to make a difference and want to donate? What should they do?
Donate to me.
Okay, how do they do this?
Okay, so I'll explain. You go onto the website, okay?
No,
and then you type.
If they're watching us they're on the website.
Okay, so then you scroll down the screen. You're at the top of the screen, scroll down.
Under us, right under us now, you'll see a little button that says donate.
And then it's like there.
Right there.
And then it says
Team Ayala.
ambassadors. And then you go down and you're going to search Ayala Baron. And then you're going to do donate now. And then you're going to do, there's like packages, the biggest one.
Teammates and what other teams
And then you can, if you feel bad, teammates.
If you get distracted, because you yourself might have some type of distraction.
Ayala Baron.
If you yourself get distracted, you see other teams, you can donate to them as well, because it all ultimately
It's all to Hakshiva, but like,
thing.
it's going to motivate me.
But most importantly, it's going to motivate her. And when she gets motivated, she sometimes gets beyond 0. She hasn't yet, but it might come. It might still come.
If you help Hakshiva, Hakshiva can help you and the rest of our community. So if you help them, you'll get back from it.
So,
It's such a huge, like,
in summary, aside from the fact that you've managed to get precisely no donations, but the enthusiasm and the Hakara Satov, the appreciation you have, and clearly 81,000.
But we're the only
plus.
ones that got 0, by the way.
Yeah.
that's
Everyone else got
pride
money.
in that.
We're just
We're the
saying
only
that it
girls.
is only us two.
Here we have the award for the only girls who got 0. Okay, very good. The only girls who got 0. My earpiece has just gone off, so I can't hear anything. I'm deaf to the world. But yes, good. But it's actually good. Now I've only got the other 5,000 voices in my head. Good. Okay, so if you could give everyone at home a message, what would it be to do with this?
ADHD or Hakshiva?
Yeah.
Yes.
Both?
ADHD or Hakshiva?
ADHD.
Preferably ADHD and Hakshiva.
Whoa, it's a really good question.
It's a fantastic question. It can blow your mind. You couldn't have thought. Who would have thought I was going to dig out Hakshiva and ADHD out of the hat? We could have seen blow your mind.
I think they're taking the biggest. Hakshiva is taking the biggest 2 challenges of our generation, and they're putting it together into one big center. And they're saying we're going to help everyone at once together, and that's what we need. We just need everyone to donate to help us put together into an awesome thing. And imagine how many people they could save, how many lives they can help, and imagine how people. You don't have to like get rid of your ADHD. You have to learn how to deal with it. So that for people to deal with ADHD and help kids that are in risk to deal with what they're going through. How many people they could save, and I know how many they save. So this is so amazing. You guys should donate now. And yeah.
All right. So if I could summarize that, donate now.
No, like she was so amazing.
No, I'm summarizing it because some people tuned out because some people have ADHD. So if just to summarize, donate now. Under where we're sitting, right under here, you'll see a little. Right, see where they're pointing. You'll find team. What's it called?
Ayala Baron,
Team Ayala Baron.
Ayala Baron.
What other teams we got here? What other teams?
Okay, but Ayala Baron.
What other teams we got here? Team. Oh, it's got a whole fan club. So one second, all of you have collected 0.
Team Sieni.
Well,
wow,
team.
and Tippy Groves. I call
and
Shoshia.
Team Shoshia.
Yeah, but
I was here for hours. I only 5 minutes ago got my.
Whoa, Shoshia.
And the message is, if you persevere, eventually you succeed. And the other message is, if you're having a campaign, get people in who know how to get donations. All right, we're going to cut to a short break. No, we're not. That was very short. You blinked and you missed it. We're back. Welcome back to, if you might have got distracted because ADHD. Welcome back to the thing that you never left, or you did, but it was meaningless to you in space and time. If you missed it, we have with us Hollander and Baron. Sounds like some kind of a weird gang, but in fact they are our experts in donations, our donation experts. It's a very niche expertise they have. If you're running a campaign, you may not need their expertise. You may need people with other expertise, i.e. people who are experts in getting donations. But they are very enthusiastic and they're not perturbed. And I've now been told to look over here. I'm now looking here. And that's going to change everything. Welcome to looking over here. So thank you very much to Rena Hollander and Ayala Baron for your work and your natural online presence and your enthusiasm and your refusing to give up. As Rabbi Nachman once said, donate. Sorry, as he once said, never give up. Ein shum yesh b'olam klal. There's a song about that.
broadcast will deal with the realities of ADHD
and really get rid of some of the myths and misconceptions around ADHD.
The medicines for ADHD, aren't they addictive? And if you take them long term.
So many students that I'll meet, the parents will come in or a teacher will speak with me and say like, I don't know what's wrong with this kid, he's just lazy, he just doesn't want to work. He doesn't want to work.
During the broadcast, you will have a tremendous opportunity to learn directly from the experts in the field.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention. There's so much confusion about ADHD.
Other people might think that he's spoiled, that he has bad midas.
But he wasn't depressed. He had ADHD. It was never evaluated.
With the right tools, with the right environment, and the right support, ADHD can be a gift.
Don't say that it's going to go away with time.
And when he wants something, he has to have it right now.
Are there some signs that maybe mechanechim and parents should be looking out for, in your opinion?
It doesn't have to be this monster in the closet.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Kids will do well if they can.
Our broadcast will deal with the realities of ADHD
and really get rid of some of the myths and misconceptions around ADHD.
The medicines for ADHD, aren't they addictive? And if you take them long term.
So many students that I'll meet, the parents will come in or a teacher will speak with me and say like, I don't know what's wrong with this kid, he's just lazy, he just doesn't want to work. He doesn't want to work.
During the broadcast, you will have a tremendous opportunity to learn directly from the experts in the field.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention. There's so much confusion about ADHD.
Other people might think that he's spoiled, that he has bad midas.
But he wasn't depressed. He had ADHD. It was never evaluated.
With the right tools, with the right environment, and the right support, ADHD can be a gift.
Don't say that it's going to go away with time.
And when he wants something, he has to have it right now.
Are there some signs that maybe mechanechim and parents should be looking out for, in your opinion?
It doesn't have to be this monster in the closet.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Kids will do well if they can.
Our broadcast will deal with the realities of ADHD
and really get rid of some of the myths and misconceptions around ADHD.
The medicines for ADHD, aren't they addictive? And if you take them long term.
So many students that I'll meet, the parents will come in or a teacher will speak with me and say like, I don't know what's wrong with this kid, he's just lazy, he just doesn't want to work. He doesn't want to work.
During the broadcast, you will have a tremendous opportunity to learn directly from the experts in the field.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention. There's so much confusion about ADHD.
Other people might think that he's spoiled, that he has bad midas.
But he wasn't depressed. He had ADHD that was never valued.
With the right tools, with the right environment, and the right support, ADHD can be a gift.
Don't say that it's going to go away with time.
And when he wants something, he has to have it right now.
Are there some signs that maybe mechanechim and parents should be looking out for, in your opinion?
It doesn't have to be this monster in the closet.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Kids will do well if they can.
Our broadcast will deal with the realities of ADHD.
And really get rid of some of the myths and misconceptions around ADHD.
The medicines for ADHD, aren't they addictive? And if you take them long term.
So many students that I'll meet, the parents will come in or a teacher will speak with me and say like, I don't know what's wrong with this kid, he's just lazy, he just doesn't want to work. He doesn't want to work.
During the broadcast, you will have a tremendous opportunity to learn directly from the experts in the field.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention. There's so much confusion about ADHD.
Other people might think that he's spoiled, that he has bad midas.
But he wasn't depressed. He had ADHD that was never valued.
With the right tools, with the right environment, and the right support, ADHD can be a gift.
Don't say that it's going to go away with time.
And when he wants something, he has to have it right now.
Are there some signs that maybe mechanechim and parents should be looking out for, in your opinion?
It doesn't have to be this monster in the closet.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Kids will do well if they can.
Welcome back to the Hakshiva studio. We are here in our live broadcast, this year dedicated to ADHD and Hakshiva's quest to build a new center for ADHD where all the various pieces from assessment and treatments, therapies will be done under one roof. It's going to be an amazing new thing. It's only going to cost $360,000 and we've already raised more than $80,000. So $92,000 just been told in my ear. Now the reason I'm hearing voices in my head is I always do, and here's another one going in here. So we've brought in 3 therapists to help. For a change, they're on the couch and I'm talking to them. Interesting. Nice. So good. So we have here, in no particular order, but it is in order, so we're going from there to here. We have Ati Khan, runs all of the therapy in Hakshiva, is that right? Yes. We have Joel Pomerantz, who is a therapist and has worked in the past with Hakshiva. And we have Daniel Geffen over here, who is a therapist and currently works with Hakshiva, including, and this is going to be intriguing, we're going to hear more about it afterwards, he runs a group session here revolving around what some people call table tennis, others call ping pong. I think that's the only range of names it has. And we'll hear more about it. I don't think he's there just to help people hone in their table tennis skills, but we'll start with Adi. Adi, we get to speak at least once a year on this, in this very arena, but this year, what do you think of the couches, first of all?
I love the matching. That is actually stolen from my office, but with permission,
Stolen
with permission.
I'm only benefiting from the stolen goods.
As are the flowers. So we're getting like a real therapy vibe.
This is from your office as well?
So
if you ever come to speak to Adi in her office, you might recognize this couch and those flowers. Am I right in saying that it will be those flowers? They're not the kind that die?
Exactly. They last forever.
They last forever. Magic flowers.
Yes.
Magic flowers. Okay, so tell us a little bit. I mean, I know in the past we've spoken about the therapy in Hakshiva in general, but being that this year we're, pardon the pun, but we're focusing more on ADHD. So tell us a little bit about how ADHD can play a big role in the lives of all sorts of people way before Hakshiva's had this centre, and maybe how that helps us focus tonight on that, and we can hear a little bit more from our other experts in particular.
Sure. First of all, good to see you on my chair. On the it suits you. You make
Again,
you make a nice therapist, Mark.
Thank you.
And it's nice for us therapists to be on the couch.
Now you know how it feels.
I think that this is a really important topic that Hakshiva chose this year, because I've been seeing more and more that in the intakes that I do and the families that I sit with, there's hardly a family that doesn't have at least one member of the family that has ADHD. I remember when we started Hakshiva, even before the therapy program, I remember having our first, what they call like fashla, where we got like attacked by people in the community, and it was revolving ADHD. We made like an evening, like a lovely evening for parents on parenting. And we had some great speaker, excellent I thought, that was giving everybody tips and guidance on how to raise their kids. And then suddenly there was this group of angry moms that were like, excuse me? Our kids have ADHD, and everything that you said does not apply for a second. It would never, ever work. And I remember like looking at them and first feeling like, wow, they just totally killed like all my hard work. But I remember then like switching and feeling that compassion and that empathy, that here they are, like parents who want to help their kids, but it's different. It's not that it's like, God forbid, a death sentence, but it is different. And I feel like that was almost 20 years ago, and there still hasn't been enough movement in this community, in the world at large, and really understanding the special needs of a kid with ADHD. And at the clinic that we have in Hakshiva, which is mostly teens, I'm seeing a lot of teens that weren't really given the treatment necessary when they were younger with their ADHD. And now, instead of being these hyper energetic, as they say, like ants in their pants kids, they're kind of like sluggish. They have no motivation. They've given up. They haven't tasted success like ever, because school success is totally based on their academic performance. And none of them are doing well because the teachers are not teaching for them. Just like those parents that felt like the lecture wasn't being spoken to them, these kids are feeling like this isn't speaking to me.
So they were frozen out and maybe almost worn down over the years by the process. So the hyperactivity sometimes has just manifested itself in frozen out.
Right, and they'll almost be labeled, instead of being like hyper troublemakers as maybe they were in elementary school, in high school they're just called lazy, unmotivated. And a line that we often hear is like, oh, if we could just get them to adulthood, they'll be so successful. But it doesn't always work like that, because all of those negative experiences could really build up and affect their whole self-esteem. And then we can't just snap our fingers and be like, oh, now you're an adult, so go succeed. We can't erase those years of them not feeling good about themselves, being rejected, put down, told that they're failures, trying but not being able to be like everyone else. So I feel like it's something that we really somehow have missed, and the numbers are just rising. I don't have a real theory on that, but the numbers are definitely rising, and I don't feel like we've really fully got a handle on it.
So I think that's probably a very good segue to bring in also the other therapists, because sometimes when you spoke to some therapists about coming on the program or being interviewed, they're like, I don't have expertise in ADHD. And I think what you're describing is there's one world called expertise in ADHD, whether it's assessment or diagnosis or even therapies directly to do with ADHD. And then there's dealing with the fallout of all sorts of life negative experiences, which for some reason or another, with people with ADHD, is probably more manifest, or there's a higher instance of being manifest because of those feelings of maybe either perceptions or actual expectations laid on them by school, peers, teachers, parents, whatever it is, and falling short of those expectations, and then resulting negative experiences can lead to a much bigger emotional fallout and much wider issues. I think maybe we can segue into Dr. Pomerantz, Rabbi Pomerantz, Genius Pomerantz. Tell us a little bit maybe about some of your experiences, I guess working with Hakshiva in the past, but also in general, like in therapy. I'm assuming that what Adi just said resonates with
absolutely.
your experience.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for having me, for inviting me to this wonderful couch. It's the first time I think I'm on a couch in a long time, and it's wonderful, really, to be here. Yeah, I mean, ADHD is a disorder that's kind of unique in the sense that many times when people have psychiatric disorders, it's very obvious and they're very limited. And ADHD isn't an exception in that sense, except that sometimes people with ADHD can do things like pay attention. And it's very confusing. And so it tends to be very highly stigmatized because it's instead of a disorder of inability, it's often really manifests as a disorder of inconsistency. Okay, and it's interesting. In the first mention of ADHD in the literature, I think it was 1902 in Britain, they called it
Britain.
In Great Britain. Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
you do psychiatry in Britain?
That's right. Believe it or not. And the term that was used was something like abnormal defect of moral control in children. So literally from the outset of this disorder, even in the scientific literature, it was highly stigmatized as some sort of moral disorder, moral defect. Exactly.
They could have changed history.
Yeah. And so, and they called it hyperactivity disorder, and then eventually we have the formulation that exists today. But essentially, we have to understand that although folks with ADHD often can perform like other kids, like other people, it can be much harder, And as Jews, one of the things that's so important is this mitzvah of dan l'kav zchus, and it's so important for us to be able to put ourselves in their shoes. And would we be able to live up to what's being demanded if we had that buzzing going on in our brain, or that difficulty?
That's probably where some of these definitions come from, because as you said, inconsistency is a very, very important distinction to draw. Because if a person never achieved, you'd say, okay, so this person can't achieve. But when they sometimes do and sometimes don't, it would be very instinctive and intuitive to say, okay, you're being lazy.
Mm-hmm.
Last time you did it.
These are the kids who get on the report card. They get on the report card, if he would only apply himself.
No, but that would be maybe. But how would they?
He has so much potential.
Right. We saw that he did well here.
That's right.
Right. I mean, it's funny because each of the people that I interviewed, I think very overt. My wife just sent me a text before, said the guy just said you have ADHD live on air. I'm like, yeah. Like looking back at like life experiences and hearing people defining and those report cards that you just described, if only he could do very well. But I remember my parents saying, the teacher said if you just apply, I'm like. Didn't bother me, and there were some people, and I was one of those people for sure, that got away with it. There are some people that they're audio learners, whatever it is, like they pick things up anyway, so their distractions don't distract them from picking things up along the way, along the other 1,000 things that they're doing.
Yeah.
But there are many people that is very difficult for them, or as you said, maybe it's inconsistent for them.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit maybe about some of, I mean, I don't want to be too dramatic, but what would be some of the worst case scenarios or some things that you've had to deal with as a therapist when you've dealt with people that have had some negative fallout from ADHD?
Well, the absolute worst is when it goes untreated, and in fact, more than untreated, it's like I was saying, highly stigmatized, oftentimes punished, and you end up with people who suffer in adulthood from depression, from demoralization. They often will go from job to job. They'll feel like a failure. It can truly be devastating when it's unrecognized and when it's highly stigmatized. So much of it boils down to how other people look at it, and so how they look at themselves in the wake of being treated like that and looked on by others in that way.
If it's untreated, I mean, being that you said that inconsistency, I mean, just playing
Untreated
that
and
word.
misunderstood. It's not only untreated.
Inconsistency is the bedrock of good employment, good relationships.
That's right.
It's the bedrock of those things. So
Yeah.
people that have not able to be assisted in that, do they suffer in the longer term with those things, with holding down employment and relationships? And
Everything from being able to hold down a job, being able to function adequately in relationships, and even one of the core features of ADHD is impulsivity, and this affects things like driving. You know, one of the differentials that you look at in diagnosing adult ADHD is their driving record. And
Dr. Rosenbaum mentioned that.
It can literally be dangerous.
Also executive function. People also just
That's
be able
right.
to organize themselves and different things. People spoke about that a lot. So I think we're all dying to know the ping pong club, the table tennis club that centers on ADHD. What is it?
I have to interrupt for 1 second, Danielle, because we thought of this project of the ping pong workshop or table. I still call it a ping pong, but you know, tomato.
Tomato is wrong.
This, before I even officially hired you, Daniel, we really thought of this project together, and it really has just skyrocketed since.
Why would you come up with that? Would you say, I've got a good idea, table tennis. What's it got to do with anything?
It was me.
Okay, you can go.
Well, explain your strange thinking, seemingly strange thinking.
My strange thinking can be explained extremely logically. First of all, thank you for having me on the show.
Pleasure.
I'm also enjoying sitting on the couch.
This is English, by the way, in case you're not. Yeah.
The thinking was very straightforward. I was training as a therapist, and I was already a kind of successful table tennis player and trainer, coach. And I felt like we could combine the two things and have some kind of group which combines aspects of therapy. I'm not calling it therapy, completely. It's not. But aspects of therapy together with table tennis. Research backs a lot of the idea that when your body's involved in your work, in your therapy work, then you can achieve, in many cases, more. And
how does that be manifest then? I'm coming to this chug. How old are the people that come?
I've done from 14 to 16-year-olds down to 9 till 11-year-olds,
wow.
and in between.
Okay, so I'm a 12-year-old. I've rocked up. I said, okay, I'm going to this really cool new table tennis workshop. I want to improve my table tennis skills. So I come. What am I going to experience there that's going to help me also, in addition to table tennis, with ADHD?
Well, think about the things that Adi and Joel have just said. That a child with ADHD in school will tend to experience quite a lot of failure, lack of motivation, when he sees that he's not able to sit still when he's expected to sit still, so his teacher gets annoyed with him, his peers can't really put up with him, he starts messing around in class, gets thrown out, gets other people thrown out, comes back with poor report cards because it's not really suited to his way of thinking. That there's, Joel mentioned inconsistent thinking. And I would just add to that and say, in a different terminology perhaps, imbalanced thinking. I've found repeatedly that ADHD children can focus super well when they want to. You don't tend to find them being that interested in wanting to focus on what they're learning at school. You don't tend to.
Right.
But they're extremely focused when, for example, they pick up a book that they really want to read. They can read the whole thing in one sitting.
Often people say, well, if you're ADHD, how come you can sit for 2 hours
Exactly.
and watch whatever it is.
Or you can do a puzzle in one sitting.
He said that sometimes it's actually hyper-focused. That you can become so focused that you can become almost obsessively focused on one
imbalance,
thing,
right?
And then miss. That's what you were saying about
it's
the
imbalance. It's hyper-focus and then no focus at all.
So I come to table tennis.
So you come to table tennis, and here's something that actually, well, in terms of the science, not that I'm an expert in the science, but the body movements that we find so typical of hyperactivity are there to stimulate the neurotransmitters in the brain, especially dopamine. And the movement involved in table tennis, when I first came up with this idea, somebody said to me, why don't you do basketball? What? Table tennis? You're just standing still. Actually, when you play table tennis or ping pong on a decent level, you're moving around, you're jumping around, you're moving all your body. You know what you said before, Adi, ants in the pants. So table tennis is even more so. You're moving around, you're using your whole body, and that's getting the dopamine flowing. That's why
And that would, I would imagine, that would be an outlet But how is that, the dopamine's flowing and it's helping me, like I would play table tennis and then I'd study something and that would help me?
No, okay. No, that's very important that you mentioned that.
Yeah.
I actually wrote a paper on this not long ago, I wrote a paper in university on this not long ago where they did a study in Israel actually about the effects of exercise on attention deficit disorder, and discovered that if you are in the middle, for example, on a treadmill, your focus actually improves at the time you're on the treadmill. Okay, they did a proper scientific study. They measured your focus after the treadmill. You're exactly on cue. It doesn't last. It's true. You don't become able to focus after you've done your exercise or your bodily movement, whatever it is. But it certainly helps to provide that outlet, to provide the movement that your body's trying to do. And let's think about the other effects that probably are more prominent here. Giving you a feeling of success, giving you a feeling that you're capable, giving you a goal, learning how to cooperate with other people, learning how to take part in a setting, right? In other words, all the boys have to go around in a carousel
around the table.
That kind of
That's how we
thing.
used to play,
You have to follow the rules. Now, it doesn't mean it's that easy. Even that can be difficult for boys with ADHD.
Coordination and
coordinating together, and delaying gratification, waiting for the other boy to take his shot before they take their shot, can all be tricky for them. But it's a process, and they're getting used to it through the group. And at the beginning, at the end, we talk about the things that we're learning. We'll talk about the things that they're gaining through the learning of these new skills. And without exception, they really gain a lot from it. And they
so the broader gains that they're gaining, even if it's not specifically focused on learning, helps people have a positive,
it's not focused on learning,
rewarding success, allowing dopamine to flow, maybe setting the tone that you can also do this in other activities in your life. Because I heard there was a study in one of the schools, I think in America somewhere, that they did an experimental change with the timetable. They moved the physical education, I don't know what they call it in America, PE it's called in English. What's it called in America? I don't know. What's it called?
Gym class.
Gym class.
Yeah,
gym class.
Gym class is how they spell PE in America. And they moved it to the first period of the day. And they didn't do anything else, they just did that. And they noticed that year, scores across the board went up, on average. Now, I don't know, because you said it doesn't necessarily last, but that would tend to support, without being a scientist, broadly the notion that if you're seeing success, if you're getting physically involved, I know for myself, when I've been for a run, I'm not a big believer in a lot of things. Well, I guess some things, but when I've been for a run, I know I'll be a little bit more on the ball that day, even though theoretically I should be more tired than usual. If I go for a run in the morning, I'll be more focused. Yeah.
You have
that
more
can
energy.
have to do also with the mood-enhancing effects of exercise, because we know exercise may not, the attentional effects may not last, but there's a mood effect.
Right. It keeps you right.
Lifts up your endorphins and all that.
So let's talk for a few moments about Hakshiva's new centre. Hakshiva's got a centre that, when we interviewed one people, they said to see this assessment person, the waiting list over a year. So parents have been told by the school or whatever it is, they say, okay, you know what, maybe there's an issue here. Let's go and we want to do the right thing. How long is the waiting list? A year. And we got told that a lot of people, they don't bother, or they self-prescribe. They get the prescription from the doctor. The doctor gives them Ritalin, and they medicate their own kids how they want. Some families they say about that, we're an ADD family. Yeah, my husband's got it, I've got it, whatever it is, and we just give it to our kids, and they put it in, like fluoride in the water. They're kind of it's a disaster, because it's not really, apart from the fact that whether or not the medicated route should be gone down in whatever level it is, it shouldn't be just arbitrarily left to the hands of a parent to decide. Really, it should be done in a much more holistic way. So the centre, the idea is, it's a one-stop shop. There's going to be diagnosis, assessment, therapies, way more than what Hakshiva currently offers. That's what we're raising money for tonight. How vital is that in the neighbourhoods and in what we're doing? Based, also you said you see the rise in numbers for whatever that reason is. How vital is that is?
100%. I'm seeing not just the rise in numbers, but also the feeling of helplessness in families, where they're the teacher or the Rebbe. I'm saying Rebbe for a reason, because I think that even hearing all of us giving examples, we're all talking about male children. We're talking about he did this and he feels that. Where it is important to note before we talk about this, ADHD crisis, that it really looks different in females, and I think that it's falling through the cracks a lot. It's easier to get undetected, And even as we talk about, when you were asking Joe, like the future implications of ADHD, especially for a Jewish woman, you know, we can say the male ADHD, let's say he gets through the years of childhood, adolescent, he gets through it okay, and then he could sort of pick a profession that's going to play to his strengths, right? And he could really be successful. The woman, yes, she could also pick a career that's going to work for her. She doesn't usually know that she has ADHD, but then she has to run a Jewish home. And that means organization, that means multiple children, that means multiple schedules for all different children, that means meals, meal prep, Shabbos, Yontif, and laundry, pile tie, so many tasks that need to be started, you know, in the middle and ended, and they can't follow through. And you see I see a lot of women, mothers, Jewish mothers, that are just coming into my office tired, overwhelmed, feeling terrible about themselves, where I look at them and they're bright, I see them being capable, but they feel like failures. And I think so much of it is like, have you ever thought about possibly that you have ADHD? And they're like, you know, nobody ever mentioned it. But now that I'm hearing my sons having the diagnosis, a lot of it is sounding very, very familiar. So I felt like that was important to know.
And what will happen? Will they try to go and get themselves assessed sometimes?
I am hearing a lot of ladies. There's like a ladies club that the way they're passing around pills in like the school systems. Like I had a mom that told me, I told my son, I haven't filled a prescription for you for a while. Like it's like been already, it feels like a couple of months since I filled your prescription. He's like, oh yeah, because Nati, he doesn't like to take it, so I just take his every day. So I'm good to go. We don't even know if it's the same family. We don't know the dosage. They're trading it like candy. Like, oh, what snack did your mom give you? You want to trade?
But are some of the women that you're speaking to doing it like the better way? They're going to get assessed,
they are at least recognizing, hey, maybe I have ADHD that's been undetected, and you'll see, like having both daughters, having clients that are girls. It's not as often that the teacher, that the parent will notice it in the girls. Because the boys, there are many boys that fall through the cracks too. But for boys, you do see a lot more of the outward behaviors as well.
I mean, we're not scientists, but you don't have to be a genius to work out that society has dictated more and more and more. I mean, literally now, even the promotional material that we had for this campaign, I saw the video, like, it has to show it from two different angles. Our attention is, even if you don't officially have, our attention is being pulled so many different ways that even non-ADHD people are finding it difficult to focus. I can just assume by a process of kal v'chomer that this just is exacerbating the issue, at least, or an issue of attention deficit, whether it's diagnosed or, I assume that we're all...
Which means that if we address the student body that has ADHD, the other parts of the student body won't suffer from it. You know, if we teach a classroom to help the ADHD kids, every child is going to benefit from that. It's sort of like when we had the concept of in Israel, it's very common to have gan safa, you know, which is to help kids, younger kids, like in kindergarten, to help them with language. And I've seen these gan safot in action. Every kindergarten should look like that, you know. That I would imagine if we would create a better learning system for kids with ADHD, many regular mainstream kids would benefit tremendously from that as well. Especially with the rise of what you're talking about, like whether it's technology or just a faster paced world where like stimuli are coming at us like faster than the speed of light. People need
tools to deal with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Technology has actually helped people with ADHD because, well, I mean, depending how you look at it, because it's very engaging, it's fast changing, and people with ADHD find it easier to pay attention to a screen than to a talking head.
Right. But even screens, I mean, I know that people are, you're flicking in the screen, you're flicking to, I've got my message and this message and that thing, and then like I'm playing a game, and then I'm watching it, I'm looking at that, I'm playing this, like it's mind-boggling. I mean, it's very talented, but it's also mind-boggling. So let's try and wrap it up. Let's see if we can conduce it like a sentence. Yeah. What would you tell parents at home who maybe they've heard, they don't believe it so much? Everyone's got ADHD nowadays. My bubbler needs a lot of parents need a title for their kid. Oh, that's why I didn't do it on the test. He's got ADHD. What would you tell people about at least taking the concept of ADHD seriously? Anyone can go first. Daniel, want to go first?
Sure. I would tell parents that it's better to be safe than sorry, and you should do an assessment if you have any kind of question about the inbuilt capabilities of the child. If you get a negative, if you get a negative reply and there's no ADHD, then fine. And if you do, then you have much more information to work with. It's not a death sentence. It's a guide to work out what you're going to do in the future, how you're going to help this child to achieve his full potential.
I would say that you've lost nothing by trying, but it's not true because it is quite expensive, I think, to do an assessment in some places.
Perhaps that's one of the benefits of the new centre.
The centre, right.
It's like we said, it's a one-stop shop, and it makes sense that you can have a place to gain all your resources and you focus them in one place for ADHD, because it's true. It's even though it's common, it's becoming even more common. It's still an incredibly big challenge for a parent and for a child, and it's worth having dedicated resources.
Dedicated resources. Okay, maybe it's going to be a flagship for other communities. What do you say, Adi?
I definitely agree with what you're saying, Daniel. I would just add that at best, your child who won't get treatment, I feel like he'll coast. He could coast through it, and that's the best case scenario. But if you really want your child to thrive, and I think every parent wants their child to thrive, then do them a favor and look into it. See if they really have it, it could be magical getting the treatment, both the understanding of it and whether it's medication, learning skills, their own understanding of themselves. It could really be life-changing, and you could see your child flourish in the way that he should be.
One of the experts, it reminds me just now, said, because it often affects executive function, this is not something you're going to see necessarily only in your child's performance in a particular lesson in school. You're going to see it at home, you're going to see the scattiness, the losing of the keys, the whatever it is, I can't remember, they didn't write it down. And you're going to see the effect, you're going to see the fact that it can bring someone down. Not just, if one teacher's got a problem with a child and they're fine in every other subject, you don't notice anything at home without being an expert, it doesn't necessarily mean there's an issue here. There might be an issue maybe more locally in that class. But when you see the multiple things, and I think that's where parents want their children to thrive, not to suffer.
You're correct about that. The diagnosis actually requires...
The final word to you.
Yeah, no, the diagnosis requires that the symptoms happen in multiple settings. But one note I would add here is that there's a famous psychologist by the name of Ross Greene who says that, as a rule, kids do well if they can, and we tend to quickly attribute poor performance to they're not being motivated enough or they don't want, and if they really want to, they can. And the reality is that human beings are inborn, wired, we're built to seek pleasure and avoid pain, and we do what's easiest, and we do what feels good, and to succeed and make your parents and teachers happy with you feels good, and if you can do that, that's what you'll do. And if a kid isn't doing that, right? Our responsibility as parents and as a community is to ask why. Why is it easier for this kid not to succeed? What's going on with that? And I think the whole idea of this center at Hakshiva is to provide a place for us to ask that question in a professional way with the appropriate resources, and to be able to not only ask it, but answer it in a way that destigmatizes these types of behaviors and disabilities that they really can manifest that way.
It's been a really big pleasure to have you all on. Adi Khan, the head of the therapy in Hakshiva, Joel Pomerantz, a current therapist and has worked in the past with Hakshiva, and Daniel Geffen, who, in addition to other things, runs a ping-pong table tennis workshop focusing on ADHD. Thank you very much for your insights, your input. These people could be looked up and contacted sorry, I'll say it into this camera because you didn't hear what I said. These people could be looked up. We have to start the whole thing all over again. I know. Okay. they can be looked up and contacted privately. They're probably easy to find online and other ways. And just to remind you that tonight we are focusing on building a new center for Hakshiva to focus on ADHD. The target is $360,000, which sounds like a lot. It is. But every donation is doubled, and we are now over $100,000, $103,700. So there's only like $250-something thousand to go. So if you've got $120,000 spare, yalla. All right, we'll be back for the rest of the broadcast after this.
Our broadcast will deal with the realities of ADHD.
And really get rid of some of the myths and misconceptions around ADHD.
The medicines for ADHD, aren't they addictive? And if you take them long term.
So many students that I'll meet, the parents will come in or a teacher will speak with me and say like, I don't know what's wrong with this kid, he's just lazy, he just doesn't want to work. He doesn't want to work.
During the broadcast, you will have a tremendous opportunity to learn directly from the experts in the field.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention. There's so much confusion about ADHD.
Other people might think that he's spoiled, that he has bad midas.
But he wasn't depressed. He had ADHD. It was never valued.
With the right tools, with the right environment and the right support, ADHD can be a gift.
Don't say that it's going to go away with time.
And when he wants something, he has to have it right now.
Are there some signs that maybe mechanechim and parents should be looking out for, in your opinion?
It doesn't have to be this monster in the closet.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Kids will do well if they can.
A kid with ADHD has the engine like a big truck, but the brakes of a bicycle. So he can't control himself. And when he wants something, he has to have it right now. And when he feels attacked, then in this moment he has to fight for his life. And therefore it causes so many bad side effects that other people might think that he is spoiled, that his parents didn't treat him and taught him well enough, that he's a vicious man. But it's not true. It's a disability.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
So we know that relationships with spouses and relationships with employers and accidents are much, much higher in people with ADHD who aren't treated, meaning divorce or other types of spousal issues, getting fired from jobs.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Don't miss this opportunity to expand your knowledge. Tune in and enrich your understanding.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August. Welcome back to the Hakshiva broadcast. We are in the closing segment of tonight's live broadcast. And we have, of course, another one tomorrow night for the hopefully successful conclusion of our campaign, where we're striving to get to $360,000 to help us build a new center in Ramat Bet Shemesh here to focus entirely on ADHD. All the facilities under one roof, a one-stop shop, as it were, from everything, including ranging from assessment and diagnosis to different treatments and therapies for people that really would benefit from addressing. We've just had now live in the studio a few moments ago a very beautiful panel with some of the resident experts here that are and have been involved with Hakshiva, telling us about some of the fallout that happens when ADHD really isn't addressed and really isn't focused on. And although certain things have existed, the waiting lists are ridiculously high, in some instances over a year, just to get assessed. Many people are just taking it upon themselves to go to the doctor, get some medication and shoving it along with no real precision, not really addressing the issue, and certainly not addressing any of the emotional fallout that can happen from it. People have gone from being very hyperactive in certain instances to being very demoralized and almost like subdued eventually. Some very powerful effects that can be had, as we heard from some of the experts that deal with it. So we are trying to help Hakshiva in their goal. Please help us. We are just over $106,000, so that's great. We're probably about a third of the way there. No, less than a third of the way there. In about $14,000 time, can we at least get a third of the way there? And tomorrow, please God, we'll have the extra energy. Now, when I say tomorrow, it's over 24 hours. You can continue to donate long after I've finished prattling on endlessly. You can continue to donate. The live figure will be here on the screen somewhere below where I am now, which is also, interestingly enough, where you can donate as well. Don't forget to click if you haven't donated. Please do donate. If you have donated, you can still donate again. You can donate in honor of a friend or a family member or an imaginary friend or a friend that you did donate in honor of before but you forgot that you donated in honor of them, or even that you remembered and you want to have a double whammy of donations, whatever it might be. Every donation that you make is doubled anyway. You might think that your $1 donation isn't significant. It is. Obviously a 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 or more dollar is even more significant, but whatever is donated, every little contribution helps us get to our final goal. We have many thousands of people that are involved in the wider Hakshiva community, and if each one of them would just give one, okay, whatever. So you can figure it out. Our generous donors have stepped forward once again to help provide matching funds to make sure that every donation you make is doubled and stretches much, much further. So please keep those donations coming. Tonight, on tonight's lineup, if you missed it, you can re-watch this again. You could skip the bits that involve me, like I can't, this guy's giving me a migraine, you could skip those bits. But there was some very, very important content, beginning with Rav Aaron Lerner in Hebrew. That was right at the very beginning. If you missed it, instead of rewatching this, you can watch it again tomorrow at 5:40. It's going to be sent out here before we go live here in the studio at 6:30. All of these are Israel time. That we started off with Rav Aaron Lerner tonight. He'll be on, as I said, tomorrow. We heard from Rav Volvi Rand, a therapist with a lot of experience and also dealing with people who are dealing with some of the fallout of not addressing ADHD when they were younger. We heard from Rav Dan Tiomkin, a celebrated media personality here in Israel with expertise in the world of ADHD. My wife sent me a message saying, he just said that you have ADHD live on the air. All right, you have to be such a big maven to understand that, but okay, good. So very interesting what he had to say. We had the live panel tonight with Adi Khan and Joel Pomerantz and Daniel Geffen, all experts in their respective fields, and also having done very important work here with Hakshiva. So that's very much frontline work, and also talking about the importance of having this dedicated centre. Tomorrow, still on the lineup tomorrow, as I said before, we have another chance to hear Rav Aaron Lerner at 5:40 p.m. Israel time tomorrow before we go live in the studio. And also to come tomorrow, we're going to have a chance to hear from Uri Schneider. Definitely don't want to miss that. Beautiful, beautiful interview, very insightful, very articulate. And Dr. Rosenbaum, who is not just an expert in these matters, but has been one of the linchpins behind this brainchild of Hakshiva. He's been one of the main advisors of how to make sure this project goes ahead. So it's very, very worth listening to. Risa Moore, who runs the Cog Fun workshop that they do already in Hakshiva, to talk about some of the very, very interesting ways in which some of these workshops can help young people with ADHD. You do not want to miss any of that programming. And most importantly, it would be good to tune in to see what happens with our campaign. We are in the pursuit of $360,000. We are on our way, very much on our way. $106,500 raised so far, and more to come, no doubt, even tonight. So please keep those donations coming. If you're just now tuning in from other parts of the world, we have people that are watching in America and in England and in Japan and Singapore and Thailand. I don't know if those last ones are in fact true, but it could be. And if you're there in a different time zone, it doesn't matter. It's live wherever you are. Donate. Down here's the link. Make sure you donate to the campaign, and we'll be back with the very last minutes of the campaign after this. This.
Broadcast will deal with the realities of ADHD
and really get rid of some of the myths and misconceptions around ADHD.
The medicines for ADHD, aren't they addictive? And if you take them long term.
So many students that I'll meet, the parents will come in or a teacher will speak with me and say, like, I don't know what's wrong with this kid, he's just lazy, he just doesn't want to work. He doesn't want to work.
During the broadcast, you will have a tremendous opportunity to learn directly from the experts in the field.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Pay attention. There's so much confusion about ADHD.
Other people might think that he's spoiled, that he has bad midas.
But he wasn't depressed. He had ADHD that was never evaluated.
With the right tools, with the right environment and the right support, ADHD can be a gift.
Don't say that it's going to go away with time.
And when he wants something, he has to have it right now.
Are there some signs that maybe mechanechim and parents should be looking out for, in your opinion?
It doesn't have to be this monster in the closet.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August.
Kids will do well if they can.
All Gdolei Israel in the previous generations repeated that message again and again. Don't ruin those souls. You have to deal them with a lot of love, with a lot of respect, with a lot of kindness. And if you see the good side in them, in those kids, and you help them and you love them and you find ways to show them how much you love them, unique ways, then they will flourish. And this is our biggest challenge today as a generation.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up and pay attention to the live broadcast on the 27th and the 28th of August. Welcome back to the Hakshiva studio. We have been riveted tonight by the content of the program and also watching the numbers creep up. I say creep because they didn't leap, but they crept. And they've crept to a good place now. We're already in $107,000, definitely on our way towards our $360,000 goal. Please keep those donations coming. The link is somewhere the button is somewhere just below here. Click on it, donate, you know you want to. Thank you to all the people that have donated so far. I was asked to make an extra plug for all the different teams. So look at all the different teams. There's a wide range to choose from. There's also Team Maze, just pointing it out there in a very non-subliminal, unsubtle way. Moving on. But whichever team you donate to, obviously it all goes channels to the same place to help Hakshiva continue the wonderful work they do. If you've just joined us, you basically missed it. But let me just fill you in on what you missed. You had Rav Aaron Lerner. Don't worry, you can catch him again tomorrow night. We're showing it again at 5:40 p.m. Israel time before we go live in the studio at 6:30 p.m. Israel time. His interview was in Hebrew. Very interesting person. He's got multiple qualifications that he's gained over the years as he's increased his expertise in the world of ADHD. Really interesting person to meet and to listen to. So if you speak Hebrew or you'd like to learn Hebrew or you speak just enough Hebrew, ironically he's from England but for some reason speaks Hebrew and not very much English. So definitely worth listening to. If you didn't catch tonight, catch it tomorrow. Earlier on we had a chance to hear from Rav Volvi Rand, a very interesting therapist who works with all sorts of people who have suffered the fallout from ADHD when it's been left to its own devices and not treated, and sometimes when it has, but how he's helped people through. If you did miss that, you should be able to see it if you go to the Hakshiva YouTube channel. They will be uploaded over there, and if you can't wait because you're too impatient, you can just, when this feed's finished, you can go back and review it. You just click the mouse along till you find him. After that, we heard from Rav Dan Tiomkin, a celebrated media personality in Israel with expertise in ADHD, a very, very interesting person. A lot of content there. If you didn't get a chance to hear it again, check it out either by fiddling with a mouse or going to our YouTube channel when it's uploaded. Definitely worth listening to. We had our live panel here moments ago, minutes ago, several good minutes ago, with some of our local resident experts. When I say resident, meaning directly to do with Hakshiva. We had Adi Khan, the head of the therapeutic services here at Hakshiva. We had Joel Pomerantz, who's worked in the past at Hakshiva and continues to be a therapist with, I've been told, a very big workload and a very big waiting list, but well worth getting to hear and maybe getting to know at some point. Daniel Geffen over here spoke to us about not just his expertise in ADHD, but his expertise in the world of table tennis ping pong and how he's managed to run very successful workshops here in Hakshiva for a range of ages, helping people with ADHD learn to gain many of the skills and some of the outlets and some of the increased function that you can get from some of the beautiful workshops that he has. So definitely worth tuning in again to fiddle with the mouse to find that. That should also maybe be loaded at some point on our YouTube channel. Tomorrow, still to come, as I mentioned before, Rav Aaron Lerner at 5:40 p.m. Israel time. We're going live then, and then we'll be live here in the studio starting from 6:30 p.m. with more endless prattling from me, but also a lot of very important content, among which is a lovely interview with Uri Schneider. Check out the interview. It was really very, very beautiful content and very beautifully articulated. A very articulate person, very interesting to get to hear what he has to say. Later on in tomorrow's program, we're also going to have a chance to catch up with Dr. Rosenbaum, who is the inspiration very much behind some of this new center. He's been extensively consulted. He's the main consultant behind it. So really to hear from his experience and what's going on in the neighborhood, what's going on in the world at large, and why this center is going to be so unique and potentially not just game-changing here in Mabit Shemesh, but potentially flagship making for other communities around the world. That there really should be a one-stop shop center like Hakshiva is trying to build, where we're going to have everything from diagnosis and assessment through to the therapies, the workshops, all the different things, all under one roof to try to make sure that there's the most holistic approach given to the wonderful work that Hakshiva is going to be doing in the world of ADHD. Then finally tomorrow we're also going to have a chance to hear from Risa Moore, who has actually been working with Hakshiva already in some of their existing ADHD programming, among which is CogFun. She's a CogFun therapist. If you don't know what CogFun is, neither did I. So I met with her, so you'll be able to find, even you will be able to know what's going on with the world of CogFun. We'll tune into what she has to say tomorrow, and not to lose sight of the actual bigger goal, which is to help Hakshiva build their center. To do that, we need your help. Yes, you. If you don't think I'm pointing at you, I am. Even though I can't even see who I'm pointing at, it's you. Make sure that you donate. Make sure you get people to donate. If you've got friends, get them to donate. If you don't have friends, make friends and get them to donate. If you've got relatives, get them to donate. If you haven't got relatives, get relatives and get them to donate. The goal is $360,000. We are over $107,000. $108,900, so almost $109,000. So we're definitely on our way. You can make a difference. When this broadcast stops, it will first will be a relief for your eardrums, for my voice box, and for your general sanity, but also it will be a chance to have a little quiet reflective time when you think, you know what, maybe I should donate. The donation lines are open the whole time. You can just, you can phone in, but you can also more likely press the donate button underneath this screen where I am. And as I said, we'll be back tomorrow to see, first of all, where we're up to in our donation number. Hopefully we'll be way past 360 by the time we join tomorrow. But the live in the studio begins at 6:30 p.m. tomorrow. Rav Aaron Lerner, the Hebrew interview, begins at 5:40 p.m. tomorrow. 6:30 p.m. we go live in the studio, followed by a content-filled program as we push towards our final goal to help Hakshiva continue the wonderful work they do in the world of ADHD, this time the Focus Center. So from us here in the studio, it's been magical. I don't know if it's been magical. I don't know. It's been fantastic. It's been informative. It's been enriching. And hopefully we'll continue that vein with even more intensity tomorrow. Join us tomorrow. But for now, here tonight in the Hakshiva studio, people are still scurrying around making last-minute donation calls. But for us here in the studio, it's been great. Good night. Join us tomorrow, as you'll see on the screen behind me over here. Join us tomorrow. Good night.